of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. My name is Frankie Carrillo, and I am the chair of the commission. As we begin, Wendy Julian, our executive director, will explain how those of you joining us today can participate during this meeting. And then, Wendy, please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. The Probation Oversight Commission welcomes you and welcomes your participation in our meeting. We are recording live on Facebook today and presenting it that way. There will be an opportunity for public comment on each agenda item and at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. Chair Carrillo will introduce each item, and then we'll give the presentation if there is any, and then we'll take public comment before the commissioners discuss the item and take any action. So the easiest way to make live comment is to register for the meeting, and we have some of your names already pre-registered. And also you can just raise your hand during the item. You can click on the little raised hand icon, and that will put you in the queue, and we will call on you. And then when you finish your comment, you click on the little raised hand icon in the participant window again, and that puts your hand down. If you're calling in, you're also able to make public comment. In order to use the function on your phone, you just dial *3, and that will raise your hand in our system. And then similarly, dial *3 to put your hand down after you make your comment. All commenters will have 2 minutes today, unless the chair determines otherwise, based on time and the number of commenters that we have signed up. Although we hope we can stick with the 2 minutes for today's meeting. Also, you're welcome to make public comment in writing. Whether or not you make a comment live today, you can send us an email at info@poc.lacounty.gov. Jennifer will put that in the chat for you so that you can send us an email. If it gets to us before 5 p.m. today, it will be part of the official public record and attached to the agenda and minutes. Our commission, as I said, is being broadcast on Facebook, but there's no engagement with users on Facebook. You also can follow our social media at LA County POC on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook to get information about our meetings and town halls and things that we're doing. I would also like to introduce Ismael Chinchilla, who is our newest member of the Probation Oversight Commission staff, who will be our community information officer. And so you will be seeing much more from us in terms of communication and engagement with the community. And we're very thankful to have him on our team. Le damos la cordial bienvenida a esta reunión a las personas que prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español. Les daremos 4 minutos en vez de 2, 2 minutos para su comentario y 2 minutos para traducción. Nosotros podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted también puede proveer traducción. Nomás avísenos al iniciar su comentario que prefiere hablar en español. I'm now going to call the roll. Commissioners, please unmute yourself when your name is called. Commissioner Dolores Canales.
Good morning. Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Danielle Dupuy.
Good morning. Here.
Commissioner Sean Garcia-Lace.
Here.
Commissioner Shay Jackson.
Hi, I'm here.
Commissioner Samuel Lewis. I am expecting Commissioner Lewis to join us later, so I'll keep attention to the list, and we'll add that to the minutes when he's able to attend. Commissioner Don Meredith.
Here.
Commissioner Dominique Noam.
Good morning. Present.
Commissioner Kan Yamashiro.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. And Chair Frankie Carrillo.
I am here.
Okay, so we have a quorum, and I will turn it over to you, Chair Carrillo.
Thank you, Wendy. And once again, thanks everyone and welcome. We're going to begin this morning with agenda item number 8. Since we have Chief Gonzalez here, good morning, Chief, with us. And since it's on the top of everyone's minds this month, agenda number 8 is a report for the Los Angeles County Probation Department on the recent move of all the youth from Central Juvenile Hall to Barry J. Nordoff Juvenile Hall, and the Bscc findings and corrective actions at both CJH and, of course, Barry J. Nordoff Juvenile Hall. The POC has a responsibility to ensure that the Probation Department is implementing systemic reform and moving forward with the Board of Supervisors' goals of youth justice reimagined and a care-first, jail-last criminal justice system. In light of the recent findings of the Bscc and the abrupt transfer of youth and staff from Central to Barry J. Nordoff, The POC has asked the Probation Department to attend today to give us an update and explain the decisions behind the move and the plans for reaching compliance with Title 15. Other commissioners and I have made multiple visits to Barry J. Nordoff over the past 2 weeks and heard from staff and youth about serious concerns related to violence in the facility, call-outs and staffing issues that have been contributed to tensions that have led to youth not being able to attend school and to general concerns. We have seen and heard about youth sitting around for hours with little to no programming, about cancellations of family visits and recreation, and about fear among youth and staff. We also have heard concerns about the recent staff changes that resulted in changes also in most of the leadership positions at the facilities. Chief Gonzalez and team, can you share with us your updates, insights, and plans? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo and members of the commission for having us here today. As you know, for me, it's been a year and a month since I've been here. I was hired by the board about a year ago to come into Los Angeles to see what we can do to support the reform that we're trying to do. As you know, Los Angeles probation in particular has been riddled with problems, systemic issues for decades. And what we're trying to do is change how probation functions and provide services. The department usually works reactively instead of proactively. And as you know, change takes time, especially systemic changes takes time, and changing an organization takes time as well. So what we've done is taken a deep look at the organization, and we started with looking at what we can do to enhance services. And as I walk around the facilities, and I go to all the facilities, in fact, I was at Barry J yesterday, speaking to staff and to the young people, we need to do things drastically. So what we did, we ended up changing the leadership. Some of you in this commission were part of our interview panels. We interviewed over 50 directors, candidates, and back last year in October. And it takes time for the candidates to be vetted, to be selected, and we got to vet the candidates through county council, the CEO's office for approval of hiring and promotion, and Department of Human Resources for make sure that the people we're promoting and transferring and hiring are the right folks. And that took time. We finally were able to do that. So what we did, reported to the Bscc during our meetings with them, is that we needed to bring in new leadership, new managers, provide training to everyone, including supervisors, on Title 15 regulations and everything that we needed to do going forward. And Bscc responded. That was on March 10th when we sent a letter asking for approval to suspend operations, temporarily suspend operations at Central Juvenile Hall while we moved the youth to Barry J. Nordoff so that we could do the repairs that we needed to do at Central Juvenile Hall. If you haven't been there lately, Central Juvenile Hall is to me, it's filthy. It was dirty. Sidewalks were broken. And POC did a report, end of the year report last year, that talked about some areas that needed to be repaired, replaced, or renovated. And we're doing some of those items that were identified by the POC report as far as repairs, and we already started that. I was there last week at Central, and I saw there was heavy equipment, tearing up sidewalks, even adding additional recreation opportunities for the youth in back of the unit, in one of the units, and repairing some of the damages that were there, and also looking at what we can do going forward. So what we did is that we hired 2 superintendents. We promoted 10 managers. On April 7th, I think it was, we did some training for the managers, and then also for the supervisors. And when we talk about training, it's literally talking about our operations. How do we do business differently? So we have new leadership now. It started on Monday, on the 11th, because you're right, Mr. Carrillo, when we walk in there and see the issues that you identified and the team members here have identified, it's troubling. The increases of call-outs, the increases of violence. And the thing is, it was occurring at both facilities, but now it's magnified. So we're taking a lot of steps to correct some of those deficiencies. Yesterday when I was there, directors were there early, walking the floor, talking to youth, talking to staff, and looking at what we can do differently. We've been bringing in additional, we're talking about programming. We're looking at other opportunities for programming. Right now, the contracts and programs provided by some of the discretionary funds that are provided to the supervisory districts, and we're looking to see what we can do to transfer some of those funds over to probation. A lot of the JJCPA funding that was used for halls and camps has been diverted to other areas. So we're going to revisit that and see what we can do to bring in some of those programs going forward. But there's a lot that's taking place right now. When I talked to kids yesterday, we also talked about moving some of the youth that are, I don't want to call it camp that are in secure use track over to Camp Kilpatrick. We're finalizing that as well. Our hope is to be able to move up to 8 youth early May. I would say May 1st, the week of May 1st. Hopefully we'll be ready to do that. And then we need to figure out what we're going to do for the remainder of the population that we have that was going to go to the secure use track. So we have multidisciplinary teams that are looking at see who's ready to move up to Camp Kilpatrick and bring in programming. One of the things we always talk about is getting community-based organizations to support us in those program efforts. And I think the problem that I see is that the contracting takes a long time to the county, not just probation, but the county procurement and contracting is very voluminous. It takes a lot of time, and we want to see what we can do to expedite that. With me today, I have Chief Fletcher and Chief Adam Bettino, who are also available to add to this presentation. And with that, let me see if I can have Chief Fletcher add to what I already started. Chief Fletcher, are you available?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. You know, as the Chief said, we certainly are working very diligently to make sure that corrective actions are in place to not only meet the Title 15 regulations that have been identified by the Bscc over these last several months, but also DOJ requirements. But really, more basic than that is to meet the needs of the youth and the families. It is our absolute goal to make sure that kids are going to school in person on a regular basis, that they are provided with visitation from their family members and any minor children that they have, and that programming is in place so that these youth have something happening throughout the day when they're not in school. This new leadership team is really committed to making sure that that happens. As the Chief said, we've had a long history of challenges in our institutions, and we firmly believe that the vision that Chief Gonzalez has can be implemented and will be implemented by this new leadership team. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. You know, we are moving forward, continuing to work with Lisa Southwell, who is our Bscc representative, and that has really proved beneficial through training of the new leadership and the supervisors who have been in place for a while. That continued training is so important to make sure that the line staff doing the job day in and day out, seeing the violence in the institutions, knowing what they know will work for the youth. Those lines of communication have to be open, and this new leadership team is very dedicated to that. So happy to answer any questions.
I actually have a few comments, if that's okay, Frankie.
Give me a sec, Don. Sorry. Chief Patino, you want to jump in before we move forward, or you want to hold off? Okay.
No, that's all right. Thanks, Chair Carrillo.
Wendy, do you have any written or live public comments for this item?
We do have a number of comments, yes. We have some previously recorded comments and some hands raised, but I would like to ask those of you who had hoped to comment on this item to raise your hands. It makes it a lot easier for us to call on you. I'll give you a second to do that. Either click the raise your hand function in the participant window, or if you're on the call, go ahead and hit *3 on your phone, and we can go forward with those. So we'll start with Brian Thompson, and we'll do 2 minutes. And Brian, you are unmuted and you can begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Carrillo and commissioners. My name is Brian Thompson. I'm an attorney, approximately 20 clients placed there right now. And there's 2 main areas of concern that I'd like to address today. That being access and safety. With regard to access, we're worried about our clients' access to a variety of things, one of which is education. Our clients report that school is frequently canceled, they're not permitted to attend, and they're provided with homework packets that oftentimes don't match with their grade level or correspond with the types of credit they need to graduate. Access to recreation, where due to lockdowns and other reasons, they're not being allowed to have any outdoor exercise or exposure to the sun. Access to families. There's been reports that some families were not notified that their youth was moved from Central Juvenile Hall to Silmar. And these youth that have already experienced trauma really need to have access to family members and those that they love. Additionally, we're concerned about safety. Lots of fights to the extent where kids are being hospitalized, and we need it to stop. We appreciate this commission's commitment to these vulnerable youth and urge you to thoroughly investigate the conditions at the juvenile hall. This county is morally, ethically, and legally obligated to keep these kids safe. As we sit here today, we can't say with confidence that that obligation is being fulfilled. Thank you for your time, and COC looks forward to working together to ensure that all of our client needs are met and their rights protected. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll go to Minor. Minor, you have 2 minutes and you're unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Minor with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network and Layup Coalition. And just hearing all this, honestly, like I'm just speechless, because we're talking, about moving 100-something kids right overnight, but yet we cannot move 14 kids from the compound to Kilpatrick. And we're, as I was hearing, they're giving them till May 1st, but this has been passed over months ago, and I'm just speechless on that. Also, hearing from the youth inside, about fights, violence, but honestly, I feel like probation, they set them own selves up, you know what I'm saying? Because they're not telling the youth what's going on. They're not providing their parents with information that they need. So, the youth is acting out of, I guess you can say, revenge, because they don't know what's going on with them. They don't know when they're going home, or, when they're going to be out of that room, So, like I said, I'm just speechless. I just really hope and hope and pray that, the POC really steps up and, sticks to what their word, what they said they were going to do, and not just renovating facilities, but I think renovating the structure that probation has is most important, I've been in camps and halls a couple times, and I noticed that, there's different staffs that, their structure is the old version, from the 90s, and they still have it till now, So I think, honestly, the structure that probation has for their staff needs to change, and see, hopefully that, that you guys can make a change, But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Next up, we have Millie Kakani. Millie, you can begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Millie Kakani with Children's Defense Fund California and also Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. I kept hearing both Ms. Fletcher and Mr. Gonzalez reference this long history of challenges. And I just want to remind this commission that probation gets $409 million to navigate this long history of challenges, which I don't think anyone has really seen a change as it relates to how young people are treated, right? $409 million to incarcerate these young people, $409 million to, in quote, rehabilitate them, which might as well be code for harm at this point. And it's young people and their families who have paid the ultimate price, right? While probation tries to navigate this long history of challenges. And so I urge the Probation Oversight Commission to challenge probation in its lengthy and arduous contracting process that makes it difficult for community-based organizations to do what probation has proven that they simply cannot. Probation has no right to be the gatekeeper as far as who can and cannot come in, especially when their staff aren't the ones who are showing up. And that's unfortunate that they don't feel safe enough to do so. But at the end of the day, as I said earlier, it's the young people who pay the price. And so I am urging this commission to do more, to challenge probation more, to ensure that these young people have a chance at something other than prison, because that is all that we are setting them up for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Zoe Rawson. Zoe, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Good morning. Everybody can hear me? Okay. Zoe Rawson from Arts for Healing and Justice Network and LA Youth Uprising. Want to second what my colleagues Minor and Millie have shared. I want to share a story. I went to court with a young person this week. He's 20. And as we were walking up to the court, he said, "Do you know that there's a new law that passed that takes into account that the brain is not fully developed, that development doesn't become fully complete until 25. And I said, "Really, why are they still doing the same stuff that they're doing?" He said, "I don't know." Then we went up to court and I requested to be the place for community service. And the prosecutor said, that doesn't seem like it would be punishment for him. And so it didn't happen. So the POC might not be responsible for that, but that's what's happening on a mass scale. And, you know, it's been happening for so long and so much harm has taken place. This is a county that used to charge the working poor for incarcerating their children. And now we're at a crossroads. I believe that these young people and their families will deserve reparation. I believe we are so far behind and that we will get to that place and that I'm going to leave it there. I believe they're entitled to reparation. And I think we need to do much, much more than we're doing now.
Thank you, Zoe. A reminder, if you want to give public comment, please raise your hand now. We have one more person on the list. That's Matt Weber. Oh, we've got a couple more raising your hands. Thank you. Okay, Matt Weber, you are up. You have 2 minutes and you're unmuted. Matt, you may have just muted yours. There we go.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Matt Weber, I work at the Los Angeles Children's Project in Antelope Valley. And I got a lot of my questions answered by Wendelin, so thank you so much. I do still have a bunch. I'll share a quick story too, because I think it's illustrative of what's going on. I got a 21-year-old youth referred to me yesterday by a probation officer who's been out for like 7 months, experienced severe trauma in connection with the crime for which he was incarcerated. And now he's out. He's been there 7 months. He has an ID, but no EBT card, no benefits, no way to get around, no driver's license, hasn't finished high school. Literally is just sitting in the home with the family right where the trauma occurred, and nothing is being done for him. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And I mean, he needs so many services. He needs mental health. He needs vocational training. He needs credit completion or high set, or he needs public benefits, just bare subsistence benefits. There's so much he needs. I'm like, what is going on with the exit planning and strategy for this youth when it was time for him? Frankly, the exit planning should be starting the second that they get arrested or placed into contact with the justice system. And like, that's where the opportunity happens, where you can like start saying, okay, look, what's happening here? How can we redirect this youth in a positive direction? What's going on with family supports, all of it? And I'm just wondering who is doing that, and how can I get in contact with that person specifically as it relates to Antelope Valley youth, because I can't really take on the whole problem of LA County. It's just too much for me. But I live in the Antelope Valley, and I would like to be part of that planning process. And I've reached out, and so that's it. I'm here to offer any assistance I can in regard to that, in coordinating resources for the youth that are getting released to the Antelope Valley. And I'll put my information in the chat.
Thank you, Matt. Next up, we have Betty Fang. Betty, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Betty. I'm with the Children's Defense Fund California. Commenting today on this agenda item because I've been hearing very disturbing reports that as a result of moving students from Central to BJN, that students again were not receiving education services for weeks on end. This is incensing to hear about, given everything that happened during the pandemic and how much advocacy and work went into ensuring that young people would have education access. It is unacceptable to know that students were again receiving paper packets when there's infrastructure in place for students to receive virtual education. So I would like to understand how this was possible when the county is already under scrutiny for having failed to provide education services and access to students. I would like to know if students are going to be receiving compensatory education. This doesn't seem at all, in line with what the county needs to be doing right now, just to be in compliant with the settlement. So I'm hoping to hear more about what education is looking like right now. I'm extremely frustrated that this continues to be a problem.
Thank you, Betty. Next up, we have Thomas Bell. Thomas, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Hey, how you doing? I came a little late, but just from what I'm hearing right now, I want to see anybody been up to Silmar yet? I don't know if you answered that yet. Have anybody seen since the transfer happened, which we as officers only had like a day or two to prepare for? The officers up there are doing their best. If school has to get canceled because of safety, then that's what it has to be. Safety comes first. We don't want nobody getting hurt. If somebody does get hurt, you guys will be on us even more, right? So yes, if school gets canceled, it's because of safety. It's not because we don't feel like taking these kids to school. Okay, and then I keep hearing about how much violence it is. We've been seeing that all day, but at the same time, you guys want to close facilities and jam all these kids up in one area. What do you think that's going to cause? Violence. That's going to cause more fights, more problems until we get a hold of it, till we're able to get a handle of it. But yet, when we get a handle of it, there's more drama. There's something else that happens. Somebody doesn't like the way we do this. Somebody doesn't like the way we do that. And things go bad again. So it's hard to hear all this stuff when we're not really getting a fair shake, and people aren't really going up there and see what's happening and where we're coming from. You're just hearing all this stuff and using that to really go against us and what we do. But nobody's really taking the time to see what's really going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Elida Ledesma. Elida, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. This is Elida Ledesma. I am the Executive Director of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. I just want to share something that was said earlier about community-based organizations. I think we have an extensive network of partners who are willing to be in the facilities to offer programming. I think one of the challenges that we are encountering because of the short staffing is that classes are being canceled without notice. Artists are being turned away upon arrival because there's not enough staff to provide programming. I think it's affecting sort of the services that young people are able to receive, the ability for individuals to enter the facilities because of the short staff, but also the courtesy to notify partners when cancellations and transfers are happening. A lot of the partners that work inside Central were not notified of this transfer until the last minute. People had to rearrange. People are now making efforts to travel to Silmar to continue to support young people. So going extra effort because we want to support the young people. So we're open to working and being able to ensure that young people are getting services that they need during this time, but also would just ask for ongoing communication as partners in the work. Also want to echo what Minor, Millie, and Zoe and all of my partners have shared in terms of this has been going for a really long time, and the longer we wait, more young people are waiting at Nordoff. So just urge the committee to continue to put pressure and ensure that young people are transferred as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give one last call here for anyone who wants to give public comment. Please raise your hand or dial *3. But with that, Chair Carrillo, I will turn it over to you. I will say, I think I'm probably best to answer the question that Mr. Bell posed, just to let folks know that Chair Carrillo, Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Dupuy, Commissioner Jackson, and did I say Dupuy, have all been in attendance, and Chair Carrillo at Barry J. Nidorf since the change happened, and Commissioner Garcia Lays has been in communication with LACO. So there have been many commissioners actually on site at the facility over the last 2 weeks, and Dr. Reynoso from the POC team has also been with them on most of those visits. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. And you missed Commissioner Yamashiro, so I want to make sure I acknowledge that he was there as well.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely, and thanks everyone who's been going there and supporting the staff and the youth, obviously. Commissioners, I'm looking at the participation bracket here. So if you want to raise your hand, I see some hands up already, and so let's go with Commissioner Vice Chair Jackson.
Dolores, Commissioner Canales has had her hand up a lot longer. I think she should go first.
You got it.
Commissioner Canales?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jackson. I would just like to ask Ms. Fletcher, you gave a very thoughtful, detailed description of the process that you took in the moves and even in, you know, bringing on new leadership and everything. And I know that you all also asked the POC to be part of the interviews, and some of us were. And I remember during that time I was on your panel, and I even suggested that as you bring on the new hires that you include us in that process too. And so I'm just wondering, why weren't the POC involved in this new leadership and the ones that you moved out? I'm just wondering if there was any thought to maybe bringing us in on that or collaborating in any kind of way.
Thank you for the question. So if I'm understanding correctly, the question is why we made the moves of the staff. Is that correct?
Right. I guess it was a decision amongst yourselves, but you brought us into the interview process, as you mentioned right now in your detailed explanation about the interviews and hiring new directors and doing some moves and everything. You brought us into that one process with the 5 basic questions that we were all asking in the interviews. And so I'm just wondering why it stopped there. Like, if we were brought in, it just seemed that there would have been more thought into bringing us into this new team that was developed to make all these changes.
Right. So the selections of the new promotions were made based on those interviews. So as you are aware, you were on my panel with me. There were 3 panels that were operating to conduct those interviews. Each of us were represented on one of those 3 panels. So the chief, Mr. Bettino, and myself. From those discussions and those rankings, we made decisions about which individuals were going to be hired in this first group, right? So we hired a total of 11 directors, and those individuals didn't all go into the institutions. We made some decisions internally about what was happening in the institutions, the requests of some of the staff to move to different assignments, and what we needed in terms of fulfilling that vision. So a lot of that has to do with some internal conversations. We look at, you know, what history people have had, whether that be performance issues, where they have been assigned, where their specific levels of interest are, where we believe people can be placed that we are going to get really the most bang for our buck, right? Some people are suited for institutions, others are not. And so we made decisions based on a very holistic approach to making sure that we had the right people in the right places. So we strongly believe that we have excellent staff, right? But I might be really good in the field and not good in institutions or vice versa. And all of those things internally also involve some very confidential conversations with county council, with the CEO's office, and with our own personnel processes internally. And so those were made at the executive level with Chief Gonzalez, myself, and Chief Bettino.
Okay, thank you so much.
But Ms. Foster, I was just wanting to be a little bit clear about the question because Commissioner Canales, are you asking more specifically why the POC could not be notified at the time that the reassignments took place and how that change would be implemented?
Yes, Commissioner Jackson. And then, so when I took her answer, when she said, you know, highly confidential, I guess it's only information that the CEO's office and the admin team, I just felt that if we were brought into the interview process, just so that we didn't look tokenized, of course, you know, it just seemed that we would have been involved in the full process. So therefore there's transparency to the public that's calling in with all the feedback and the roles that they're asking us to take part in. You know, the public is asking us. And so I thought it was a start when we got brought in on the interviews, and just wanted to hear exactly why we were cut off at that process.
Ms. Fletcher, would you confirm that that information for the POC was confidential?
I don't think that the selection necessarily was confidential, but there are a lot of pieces to the selection process that are confidential when it comes to peace officers and making sure that we have vetted folks in a way that makes sense through county council, making sure that we can hire as appropriate through the CEO's office and the budget office. Those conversations do happen internally. I think certainly we can consider moving forward if we intend to include the POC commissioners in further conversations about additional moves. But I think, you know, the interview process is one piece of the total selection process and the placement process. So oftentimes, we have a lot of information internally about where we believe people should be placed, and that's what we use in those conversations and in those decisions. Not always something that we would be able to share more publicly.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher.
Vice Chair,
I can go on with my question.
please.
Okay, great. So we've heard a lot from those on the inside of this issue, some from those on the outside of this issue, and I kind of want to focus a little bit on those who are on the inside of it. If you've read, you know, the LA Times interviewed probation staff, and they described this move as disorganized and dangerous. And I think the article mentions the throwing of fire extinguishers and throwing of urine on staff, parents not being notified, like we've heard about a couple of times this morning, children not receiving visits, youth being held in isolation for extended periods of time, things like that. I visited Barry J last week, and there was quite a bit of activity on the day that I was visiting. Lots of directors and managers on site. Reassigned leadership was cleaning their offices and unable to provide me with the data that I was requesting around the grievances that were being made around the move and the number of violent attacks that took place after the move compared to before. Also, girls not being in the classroom, plus not receiving live instruction during school hours. I went to the boys' campus, all the boys were in school. And I was concerned that it seems that every time I'm visiting Barry J, the girls are not receiving the same level of service that the boys seem to. And if there's an issue in front of us where the youth detained are not receiving quality programs and services to start with, this disparity is very concerning to me. There was also the issue of LACO staff shortages due to teachers not being notified of the move and not feeling safe enough to be at the facility with this youth hostility narrative kind of looming, as well as a description of youth being in crises with the lack of support from probation and DMH. And so obviously there was an order in place to move youth immediately, and you guys responded accordingly, I guess. But I'm curious about the kind of planning that went into this move. Who was responsible for communication? Who was responsible for managing logistics? How were family members and county partners informed? That's a question for Mr. Bettino. That's for the chief. It's for Ms. Fletcher. It's for whoever.
Jackson, if I can go first. Yes, when we decided to make the moves, we brought the leadership from both Barry J, Nordoff, and Central Juvenile Hall to a meeting at the conference room at Central. We even had the legal or the attorney represented at Local 685, the officers union. We had line staff, supervisors, professional staff. We had some directors as well as managers, and everyone participated with the planning. So it was a consensus of the planning, the receiving facility. Very Nordoff team was talking about their ability to house the youth and how and where they will be housed. We also talked about the food, the bedding, the clothing, the grooming, everything that a youth would need coming in. Remember, a couple months back, about 3-4 months ago, we had damage at Camp Patient Offerbach with the high winds, and we had to evacuate those facilities and bring youth over to Barry J. Nordoff. So there was a process already in place on how to do that. But we wanted to make sure that we kept the youth within the same cohort. When I was there, I walked around, I spoke to the youth and the staff at Central before the moves. And what youth were telling me is that they wanted to stay with their own probation officers, which to me was very telling. Some of the people that I talked to wanted to keep the same officers. So we told them that we'll keep the same cohort. So when you're moving from Central to Barry J, you stay with the same team, the same people that are with you. You get the familiarity. The officers, when I spoke to them, what they wanted to know is, well, when will we be coming back? They wanted to come back to Central. So that's part of the conversation. We also make assignments. Different staff were assigned to notify the oncoming shifts. So the officers had noticed before. Other folks were notifying the parents. I believe all parents were notified. But for safety reasons, we waited till the youth got safely to Barry J. Nordoff before we made notification to the parents. And that's how that took place. As far as our partners with LACO, Department of Mental Health, Juvenile Hall Court Services, we contacted our peers or partners and notified them of what was taking place. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering
Okay.
when and how they were notified, because it's clear that at some point, stakeholders are notified, whether that's when the family member is at the gates of the facility trying to visit, or whether a LACO teacher is trying to show up to work, right? So there's notification at some point, and obviously with such short notice that the department got, I'm just trying to understand the specific people responsible for communicating and how they did it and when.
When I got there Saturday morning, the notifications were being made that morning, Saturday morning, before the moves took place for most of our partners. The parents, I believe, were the ones that were notified once the youth arrived at Barry J. Nordoff. But all the other partners were notified. Different staff were given different assignments, and those are the ones that were making the notification. Maybe Chief Treasurer might have more specific details regarding that.
Absolutely, that's accurate. So as the youth were being transported, some parents were notified while en route, others were notified when they arrived, and that is for safety reasons. And that's typically how we handle any notification to a parent when a youth is being transferred. And all of those partners were notified. So some of them were notified via email. Our bureau chief was on the phone making phone calls to partners at LACO and Juvenile Court Health Services. So all of those conversations were happening before youth actually got transported. The chief, Mr. Bettino, and I walked around the institution on Saturday morning and talked to some of the youth. We talked to staff to let them know what was going on. And then, as the chief said, the youth were being moved with their staff. That was their request, and certainly, as you change environments, it had the familiarity with the staff in place, and that's how we have continued. I think there have been references to the level of violence. Much of that violence and the call-outs from staff were happening long before the transfer of youth from Central to Barry J. And as the chief described, I think he used the word that maybe this magnified it. That is absolutely true, but much of that was happening before. And so we were addressing it at both facilities, and now we're addressing it at the one facility. But the notifications have happened, and we do recognize that such a shift in operations is challenging for everyone involved, but it was necessary. The department really didn't know that the time frame would be accelerated until that Friday afternoon, just before 5 o'clock. And that's when we all met. We've made very strategic decisions about which units would be moved and how they would be moved and when they would be moved based on what we knew about the activity in individual units, keeping in mind that the utmost priority was the safety of the kids and the safety of the staff. And so we made those decisions based on those factors.
Sure. In retrospect, seeing that all that has happened after the move, would you change anything different about how you guys organized around the move?
You know, I think absolutely if we had more time, that would have been ideal. And, you know, all hands were on deck. You know, we tried to, it was a crisis situation. It was, you know, move them out. And I think that we did pretty well in terms of getting the organization together, the transportation, the safety of the kids being transported en route was a huge priority. Making sure that, you know, they had something to look forward to when they got there. Pizza was delivered. We tried to make kids comfortable. So if we had more time, absolutely, we would have been a little more focused in how we executed it and maybe spread it out over a period of time. So originally the plan was we would begin on that Monday, the 14th, and start to move kids in a slower fashion, but the end result of our discussions with Bscc and the letter we received didn't permit that.
Sure. Thank you so much. I have part B of my question, unless Chief Bettino or Gonzalez want to speak to the question.
I was just going to say the same thing. I would like to have done a phase approach, and perhaps even thinking out loud now, perhaps even when I made our notifications, to have notified the POC at the same time we're making all those notifications. For example, we're calling parents, educators. We need to add you to our list. Not being familiar with probation oversight commission that I had in my previous employers, that's one thing that I dismiss. I would say it's something I should have thought about beforehand. And going forward, definitely will be part of it. As we plan to return back the use to Central Juvenile Hall, when that takes place, I'll be sure to notify Wendy and the chair that this is taking place, and you're welcome to join us as we're doing so. Just to let you know that this is taking place.
Great, thank you, Chief. So part B of my question is about the more important issue of how dangerous the move was, and it's about all of the violent attacks that took place, whether they're directly correlated or just kind of a part of the issue of the move and everything that was happening before. I'm wondering about whether some sort of risk assessment was done at that time, and if you guys took any preventative action, given that youth were actually hurt as a result of changes that were being made in climates that are in the units.
Yeah, definitely something we need to take a look at. We have a first team that will do the review. We have internal affairs doing some investigating as well, because obviously we want to prevent a reoccurrence. We want to make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm meeting with the union president today to address the issue of callouts. I think if we had the staff there, it would help them. But we have to make sure that we take care of the staff. We take care of the staff to take care of the kids. We have to make sure to provide them the tools and resources they need to do their job. We have great staff, and we have some others that have resistance. I can tell you right now, there's folks that resist the reform that we're trying to do. I really believe that our commitment is to the young people. We need to do the reform in support of our staff, the community, and the young people. The young people come first as far as their needs. I was just yesterday talking to some young people at Berry J, and I heard the same thing. I wish I could move faster to get things accomplished, but like I was reminded, this is a large county, large organization, and things takes time. But nonetheless, I think we need to focus on how do we provide safety and security for all. When I talk to Laco tells me the same thing. Most recently, talking to the nurses, and when they're dispensing medication, sometimes they don't feel safe. They have to have an officer standing by, so the youth doesn't try to get a hold of their medication. It's mostly making everyone feel safe and secure, and that, as you know, takes time, and you got to build that. You got to build up to that. I think the issue that we were seeing at Central, if you look at the leadership changes that we made, was to address some of those issues that we were seeing. And I know personally that some people didn't want the change, and I'm committed to the reform. This organization is committed to the reform because we believe in it. We believe it's the right thing to do. So that's what we're going through right now.
Thank you. I'll give other commissioners an opportunity to jump in.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Garcia-Lez, you're up.
Thanks. Chief Gonzalez, why was the decision to move made when it was, and why was the decision to make the move so abrupt? Like, what was the reason for making it so abrupt?
Well, it was so abrupt because the conversations with Bscc when we sent them the letter that we were requesting approval to suspend operations so that we could address the issue of the facility, the issues of training, issues of hiring. They approved that. They felt it was appropriate to suspend for 90 days. But what they did is they said that on Monday the 14th, when Lisa Selfo arrived to do the inspection at Barry J. Nordoff, if you had any youth in Juvenile Hall at Central, they would do that inspection. So that was something that we didn't count on. So that's why it was so abrupt. So what she's telling us, or BSCC is telling us, that yeah, we support and that we think it's appropriate to suspend for 90 days. But if we're there and you have any youth in Juvenile Hall, we're going to inspect you guys at that time. And they supported the.
So wait, what was the problem with an inspection? Why were you trying to avoid an inspection?
Well, it wasn't avoided. The inspection is going to take place. It's just going to be delayed. In other words, they're still going to come back and do the inspection.
No, but you just said that we needed to move everybody right away because they were going to send an inspector and we had to get them all out before the inspector got there.
Right. The inspector was going to go to do the inspection at Barry J. Nordoff. And what she told us is that if we had kids at Central, then they would do the Central inspection. So that was the urgency.
So why were you trying to avoid an inspection of Central?
I think at Central, we had identified some items that we needed to fix.
The inspection was not going to go well.
Correct.
We were going to fail the inspection.
Right. We felt that based on the internal audit that we were doing, we were not ready for the inspection.
Okay. And there was a good chance that the board might close Central as a result. But I don't understand why letting the board order Central closed was not preferable to moving everybody out abruptly, which had the same effect of temporarily closing it. Like, why were we trying to cut the Bscc out of this process at the expense of this move? Like, this move being the cost of that, I mean.
Right. Like I said, what we were hoping was that we had the time to phase out the move. And when that didn't happen, then we felt like we were pressured to do the move immediately.
Or what was the pressure? That there would be an inspection and that the board would say that Central was unsuitable?
Correct, because we knew based on our internal audit that there were some items that we needed to fix. And the thing that we had is we already had planned to bring in those new leadership, and we couldn't do that in the short turnaround.
So, I mean, here's what I failed to hear at any point from anybody in this process. Why not let the board come to Central, see what was happening, declare it unsuitable if that's what was happening? Why not let the process happen? Why not let the board see what was happening and take its appropriate action?
Well, from my perspective, I wanted to make sure that we had everything ready for the inspection. I think if we allowed it to continue like this, it probably would not. It would have. I can't say what the board. I can't speak for the board what the board would have done, but I think based on what our internal audit, we were not doing the work that we should have been doing in some cases. And all it takes, like I said, is one non-compliance.
So, I mean, tell me where I'm wrong in this. I want to give you a chance to, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to give you a chance to respond to what I'm thinking. In order to avoid accountability and embarrassment of having Central found unsuitable, we shut down Central temporarily, moved all these kids, disrupted the entire system, increased violence, disrupted staff, made LACO impossible for a certain while to teach, all for the purpose of avoiding accountability and embarrassment. And that's what it looks like to me. And I'm just, I would say I'm speechless, except I'm telling you how I think. I'm just so outraged. These words are not expressing how upset I am that we did that. But if that's not what happened, please explain to me where I'm wrong.
Chief Fletcher, can you help me out on this one? I know you were more involved than I was.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Chief. So legitimate questions. So we worked with the Bscc, both the deputy director and our field rep throughout the process of preparing a cap, right? So when the Bscc came and did a site visit in early February, they identified one youth, and that was in letters that I believe you all have access to, that had been in confinement based on a finding that we believed from probation's perspective that this youth was in isolation for medical reasons, right? So we then began to address that specific issue. As we were continuing to do quality assurance after addressing that, we recognized that what was happening was not meeting the minimum standard, or more importantly, the policy that the department had in place around room confinement, which is more restrictive than the minimum standard from the Bscc. So working with the Bscc, we had done really well, and then there was a period of time during transition periods of room confinement and shift change is where our problem arose. And so in agreement with the Bscc, we believed that further training, some shifts in management could help us get there. And so what we were attempting to do with the concurrence of Bscc is to look at the situation that we had, try to remedy that without going into a suitability finding, which potentially could shut down the institution permanently, right? So they believed that we were very close, but that we had some work to do. And I think that explaining to the Bscc and discussing with them what the overall vision was to transform our juvenile halls, they agreed that we had taken great strides in meeting compliance and exceeding compliance. Our Bscc rep has even said, in 7 years, this is the most progress we have made in the last year. So we're confident that we can move that forward. But as an opportunity to get the leadership, get the training, do some of the superficial enhancements to the facility is not only about meeting the Bscc regulations and DOJ requirements, but it was in the best interest of the youth. And I think as soon as administration recognized that what we believed was happening in the institutions, specifically at Central, wasn't hitting the mark, that's when we began having the discussions with the Bscc about the 90-day pause to temporarily suspend operations to get us back on track. And then that led to the Bscc said, if we are in LA County on March 14th, please know if you have kids in your institution at Central Juvenile Hall, we will begin that inspection. And so that is what prompted the urgency of the move over the 12th and the 13th of March.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything that contradicted my interpretation of what happened, but I'm not going to ask anybody to. So Frankie, I'll let you move on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Commissioner Yamashiro.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. So I guess I just wanted to, just more of a remark and maybe a question at the end. So the first is really just a response and really a follow-up to what Sean, or rather Commissioner Garcia-Lays said. I just want to say, going back to like the original decision to remove the youth on such a short timeline, when this process has been going on for so long with no transparency whatsoever, really eliminated the ability of the department to plan appropriately. And one of the things that I discovered in my visit was the youth were, there was a lot of activity. There was a lot of, I wouldn't call it violence, but there was just a lot of disturbances. But there's a direct line to be drawn between that type of conduct and those types of disturbances at Barry J. and the instability and the disruption that was a result of the move without any notice. Likewise, from when I talk to staff, when I talk to LACO staff, the timing, the lack of planning. I mean, I find it so hard to believe that the department had like not enough notice, or that they didn't know internally that there were going to be problems and that there needed to be a strategy that would preserve, first and foremost, the welfare of the people that they have the responsibility for taking care of, which are the youth. So when we talk about the fact that kids are not in school, the kids are not in school because there was no planning involved in the transfer of the youth. There were classrooms that were occupied and that had been converted to lounges. There were classrooms that would have been able to, could have hosted, a class of students, but according to LACO, they were used as storage. And these are like small problems, like in the big picture to fix, that would have been, potentially would have been able to remedy. But instead, because for reasons that I still I'm not clear on, there was no announcement, there was no thinking ahead institutionally for this contingency. And as a result, there's a direct line between the harm that is being suffered by the youth in our collective kind of sphere of responsibility, and the just abject failure in leadership around how to manage the Bscc intervention, which is needed. And the only thing I want to say beyond that is that from a criminal defense perspective, our lawyers, so you have this move, you have kids who find out that morning they're being moved. Of course, there are disruptions, and of course, they don't know how to handle it. And if you think about it from a kid's perspective, the stress and anxiety of having to go to the juvenile hall for the very first time is so incredible. It's hard to describe how stressful that is for kids. And so you have kids who have been traumatized over and over and over again. And then you're taking all these kids and then putting them in a completely separate hall after they've been acclimated, after they at least have been acculturated, at least in the short term, to where they are. And you're just doing the same process that they've gone through already once again, and then shrugging your shoulders and like hoping for the best. And yet at the same time, the kids who are being assaulted are being harmed. And there's a direct line between that harm and the decision-making and the leadership of this department. And so there's like physical harm that I think the department is accountable for, both to its own staff potentially, and certainly to the youth. There's educational harm that is a direct line between this decision-making process. And unfortunately, there's also like criminal culpability or criminal harm that's arising out of it, because of course, the department, rather than even now taking responsibility for this failure, instead of trying, what's happening is our clients, speaking now not as a commissioner but as the director of the Independent Defender Program in the juvenile delinquency system, all of the any kind of physical, any kind of stuff that's happening in the halls now, instead, because it's notwithstanding the fact that the probation department is arguably responsible for a good portion of it, our youth are now being prosecuted for both new crimes and probation violations because of the instability and disruptions that are happening at the hall. And to me, that is, it's like Sean says, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I did want to say that, just as a parent and as a defense lawyer, the conduct of the department in really the optics of it, at least of what happened, are consistent with people who are trying to avoid responsibility for their own conduct or lack thereof. And that is, that's what that's what my kids do or did. That's, but that's not the way the largest probation department in the state and arguably the country should be comporting itself like. That's just, I'm dismayed. I've run out of words to kind of describe, in my interactions with the department, to describe my level of disappointment and dismay. And I will submit on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dupuy, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. I did want to pause a second, though, and circle back to Commissioner Meredith. Did you, because I didn't see your hand raised. Oh, it is raised. Okay. So I want to just thank the public for all the thoughtful comments that they made and my fellow commissioners. I have a lot of thoughts and concerns, really, but I think, Sean, you really helped lay the foundation for one of the main issues I want to raise today. And the issue is that it's hard to be confident in probation's testimony when you use language that says we're centering families, we're centering youth, we are centering staff, we care about their safety. This was a crisis. And then we learn that the definition of crisis is actually potentially failing a Bscc inspection. Is that the same as a fire or winds or whatever, natural disasters where you have to immediately move the young person? Is that centering the staff? Is that centering the young people? I don't think so. I find it hard to imagine how that is defined as a crisis, because you might have to close a facility because you're not meeting certain standards. That for young people, you cause more trauma than was necessary. And I know that point has been made over and over again. I agree with some of the comments about the reparations for young people and the families, because it was unnecessary and it caused harm. And it feels like this, what would be refreshing is to at least acknowledge that this wasn't done as well as it could have been, right? And you can say, oh, if we had more time, but no, it's more than that. It's making the decision to say, we are going to put the young people that are in our care first, and we're going to make decisions that align with their well-being. And to that point, I want to raise something that's a little bit ancillary, but related to the moves. And that is the new leadership that are coming into Barry J. Neidorff. Now, Commissioner Canales raised the point of why was the POC not being brought in when we thought we'd be brought in on moves and new hires. But I'm really curious about this new leadership that's supposed to take us to a great level and pass the Bscc inspection. Again, I don't see how that's centering young people or staff. And I think my main concern with the new leadership is that this isn't a brand new hire. This is someone who has been in the department before, from my understanding. And there were reasons that this person was not previously at Barry J. Neidorff. Now, speaking from my own personal experience, I was a volunteer providing after-school programming in the compound from about 2015 to maybe about 2018, 2019. And during that time, I remember the leadership transitioning twice, okay? Twice during that time. And the person who now is in leadership, I was really shocked to see them come back, because I honestly thought that they were no longer with the department, because there had been many allegations against this person. And I just wonder how transparent we're being with parents and with other staff about the process that would allow someone who's had allegations against them to come back in at the same site. If we're centering young people and we're centering staff, right? If that's what we're trying to do here, did they have any say? Did we talk to any of those folks about who this new leadership was coming in, or was the decision made simply because of Bscc inspection? Can you all respond to that?
Regarding personnel matters, I'm not allowed to speak about personnel matters. The only thing I can talk about is the process that we went through. All of the moves and promotions and transfers we made were vetted through county council and through the Department of Human Resources. But I cannot speak specifically about personnel issues.
I didn't ask that question, Chief. Apologies, maybe I'll restate
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question I asked was if staff or families were considered when this shift of the new director was coming in. Were they asked about their opinions about it, their history with this leadership, or, you know, anything of that nature?
No, like I said, we didn't speak to the families or other folks. All the candidates were vetted through the county council and HR. But like I said, I don't know which families I would need to talk to regarding any moves or promotions or transfers.
Yeah, the only reason I'm concerned about it is because if something came up during this person's previous tenure in their leadership position that affects young people, I'm concerned. Like if I were a parent of a young person being held at Barry J. Nydorf, I would personally be concerned about the new leadership, having heard what I heard. And so I think that the probation department needs to do some due diligence to establish confidence in this person coming over and taking the directorship on, especially when I have heard so many reports of staff feeling uncomfortable, and that trickles down to the young people, having known young people in the past who might have been affected by decisions made by this person. And I'm really concerned about the wellness of people, of all the young people now that are at Barry J. Nydorf under this new leadership. I need to feel confident that the harms that were accused in the past won't repeat themselves, right? And I need to know that there's a process to make sure that's the case. So when I think about the staff that have been there for years and years and years, providing care for the young people, and they feel uncomfortable, how is that going to play out when there's already high turnover, when there's already poor morale, right? What can we do to change that?
Again, I think under this circumstance, we don't want to identify the individual. Obviously, we already did by the title. Definitely, I'll be meeting with the union rep and talking to county council as well.
Sure, but that didn't answer my question. I'm just asking, what can we do to instill confidence in the current folks at Barry J. Nydorf about the new directions and considering the move and all the other things that have been happening? What is it possible to do?
Well, there's a number of things we could do. Obviously, monitoring, meeting, talking, getting input, feedback, evaluation, close monitoring, setting expectations. Just to name a few.
Yeah, I mean, because it's my responsibility, I think, as a commissioner, to make sure that we are operating in a way that does center the well-being of the young people first, right? And of course, of the staff too, right? And I know that you all are interested in that as well. So, you know, I'm not trying to make anybody's job any more difficult, but I am trying to push us in a direction where we're accountable and where we are going to give feedback to folks who are worried and concerned and not ignore them, right? We don't want to ignore those concerns. We want to meet them in their face and say, hey, this is how we can instill confidence in our decision making, right? Here is how we can move forward as a cohesive unit so that people don't feel harmed, right? Working together to figure that out is important. And right now, it doesn't feel like folks are working together. It feels like a very top-down decision-making process where no one else is consulted, even though they're the people that have to deal with these decisions day in and day out. right? And that's what I'm here to push us to do, is to actually, if we say we're centering the well-being of the young people, if we say we're centering the well-being of the staff, let's do it. Let's have our actions follow that statement. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nunn, you're up.
Thank you. I don't want to lose the fact that I had a question about the BSCC unsuitability stuff, but I'm going to stick with the closure of Central here, and my fellow commissioners have said it a lot. And I guess I have a question here because again, this was actually expressed by state leadership at the board meeting, is that they're losing confidence in the current leadership. We had been talking for the past year and a half, blaming years of dysfunction, blaming years of culture that needs to be changed. But the decision made to close Central as closely as it did is not a reflection of the past. It's a reflection of this current leadership. And so I am concerned about whether this current leadership really understands and believes what they say when they say that they're putting youth first. And so what I heard is that the decision was made to close Central, I guess on March 10th, and in conversations with the Bscc for decisions that, again, hasn't been contradicted, that were made to try to avoid accountability through inspections, there was a rushed process. And I've heard Deputy Chief Fletcher say, I wish we had more time. So I'm going to assume, because if this department understands young people, if they understand their responsibility to young people and staff, if they respect the dignity of our young people, our families, and our staff, that you have to have a plan in place, and that somehow that plan was rushed because of the Bscc. I'm also going to assume that if you had this plan, that you could have told the Bscc, who you said you've worked very closely with, we cannot rush this. Please give us more time, because let's be honest, the Bscc has given you a lot of time. They first talked to you about unsuitability back in February of 2021. They would have worked with you, is my belief, and you've been working closely with them. You should have said, and you should have known, that this rush to move is going to be harmful to our young people. That would have been putting youth first. So my question, and I hope there was a plan, is could you tell us what the plan was that supposedly was derailed because you wanted to avoid the inspection?
Yeah, let me start off and then turn over to Chief Fletcher. I think when we talked about what we needed to do, bringing in the new leadership, once we finally got approval to hire and bring the people in, we wanted to train the staff. We wanted to also do the repairs that we needed to do at the facility. We wanted to bring in the Bscc technical assistants to support the staff so we can go forward. And I thought we had that plan. So the plan was going to be like a phased approach to move the youth out. Would give us time, and that didn't happen. And as Chief Fletcher just mentioned, right now we thought we had more time to be able to do this, and we would have had a strategic plan to make sure that when we did this, we did it in a logical manner. So which group would go first and when they would go, along with all the other partners that will be impacted, of course, as well as the families, so they knew where they were going. Excuse me, let me see if Chief Fletcher has anything to add on that piece based on her conversation.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. So in conversations with the Bscc, we had to submit our corrective action plan on March the 10th. That was the deadline, and that is the day that we submitted it, because we were having conversations right up until the time we were submitting that plan on what it looked like. And I think that everyone agreed that we would have to move youth as soon as possible, but that we would have time to do that phased approach, as Chief Gonzalez referenced. And so our intent was, and our belief was, that the Bscc would go to Barry J. Nydorf beginning on March 14th, because that was the date set of when they would come back to inspect on the cap, and that we would begin to move youth that week. So we would engage with the partners beginning on that Monday, March 14th, and start notifying staff, start having the conversations with the kids. And by the end of the week, while the inspector was at Barry J. Nydorf, we would move and transition our youth and our staff to Barry J. We received the notification from the Bscc on March 11th, that Friday, very close to 5 o'clock, saying if you have youth in your facility on March 14th, then we will begin the inspection, right? So that is why the move began on Saturday.
Just a clarifying question. If I hear you correctly, your phased plan was a week long instead of a day, it sounds like. So does that mean you made the decision to close without any discussion of case planning for the young people to make sure that their mental health were needs, that the programming was going to continue, that education would still be provided? Did that plan already exist? Because if your transition is only a week, I would assume that all of those things that were needed to make this smooth would have already been in place. Did you have those in place before you moved them?
So all of those conversations were happening internally. When we submitted the plan on Thursday, we began to communicate with board offices. We were communicating with our own staff of what that was going to look like. Many of the services through Department of Mental Health, as well as any provider, is also providing services at Barry J. Nydorf. So the plan was we would move them as units and keep those units intact with their staff, and then infuse them into the services and education with LACO, DMH, and Juvenile Court Health Services. Clergy was already coming back in. We opened up the facility as coming out of COVID on February 14th, so providers were coming in, and the plan was then to incorporate our central juvenile hall youth being moved into the units intact into those services, so that the services would be seamless as they moved in by the end of the week of March 14th.
I know that I can maybe ask fellow commissioners and Wendy afterwards, because I would like to request any and all documents that were involved in the planning. I would like to actually, I think everyone here wants to understand what planning did or did not happen with this transition. So I know I'm just going to flag that I am going to request all of those documents. Given what's happened, have you already planned how you're going to phase the young people back to Central?
We are currently having those conversations with the new leadership. Certainly the approach is, the pause was for 90 days. We are making all of the facility enhancements and repairs currently. We believe most of those repairs will be done by mid-May, which puts us at about 60 days. We're going to assess then how we want to move youth back, and it will be a phased approach, and in partnership with the providers to make sure that as we transition, school is in place for those individuals, our staffing is at a level that supports having kids go into the classroom, having mental health on site, having juvenile court health services there. So all of those conversations are happening. We should know more by the end of April what that timeline looks like in terms of the repairs, because we don't want to just move kids back without having most, if not all, of those repairs completed. So we're focusing on units at Central to make sure that the facility repairs in those units are absolutely completed before any youth go back in. So ideally, it would be that all of the repairs are done and we can move kids back then in a staged approach. But if some units aren't ready, we will move our kids back into the units that are ready, and then that will be in line with what DMH and Juvenile Court Health Services has available in terms of staffing and services as well.
I definitely want to think through with my fellow commissioners later on about how we can make sure that this phase back and this transfer does not repeat what happened last time. I'm still not hearing discussions that you're planning to have that are going to involve young people, families, those who are providing services to the young people, to make sure that they're going to be okay, not just so that they can move when the units are ready. So I would like to have further discussion about this. I have a question on unsuitability, but I figure, Chair Grillo, maybe I step back for right now.
Let's do that, Commissioner. We'll follow up with that.
Should we move on to Commissioner Meredith?
Commissioner Nung, any other questions?
Oh, sorry. I thought you told me to fall back on my questions.
I did. I thought you were thinking of another question.
Okay, thanks.
Just respecting that. Thank you. Taking your advice, Chair Jackson. Commissioner Meredith, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to cover a lot of this in the facilities report later, but I am going to talk about, I did a surprise visit out there on the 7th of April, and since then, and then of course I got a lot of information. I have seen the damage throughout the facility at Barry J, and it's significant damage, both in the compound and in the facility itself. And there's a variety of reasons for it. And I will point out that I'm probably the longest serving commissioner here. I was on the Probation Commission, the Probation Oversight Work Group, and now this group. So I've got 22 years of history with this department. And in that time, we've gone through 9 chiefs that created instability. Now I see this wholesale move in a time of crisis. I'll say time of crisis because we're moving everybody from Central to Sylmar. And now we do a wholesale move of management directors and things. That just creates more instability in the organization. And that trickles down to the staff and it trickles down to the youth. And when I talk to staff, the staff are scared. The youth are scared. They have that in common. And when I see that 45 people called out on one day, that does not make me happy. There's no excuse for that because now you're putting your peers in jeopardy. You're putting the youth in jeopardy. That is a significant issue that I personally think needs to be addressed as appropriate. But it's just this wholesale move of leadership, much of leadership, and I will agree with Dominique. I know some of the background on it. I have concerns about, but that's not for here. But it's just a significant issue. And then I walk through there and the youth are talking to me and they go, "Are you another one of these talking heads?" And I go, "What do you mean? We have all these suits come through that talk to us, as promise things. They're going to get back to us. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. And nothing happens. What are you going to promise us?" And I said, "The one promise I'll make to you is I will be coming back here. I'm not going to give you any other promises other than I'm coming back here and I'm looking at the issues and I'm going to find some resolution. And when I get resolution, then I'll make you the promise." And I'm kind of frustrated because I've done this a long time. And this is just, it's just frustrating me that we can't get past this in 22 years. And that's all I got to say. I'll do the rest in the facilities report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Canales, you're up.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just want to say, with coming back to the color, a $409 million budget, and you knew the Bscc inspection was going to take place, but decided to do the moves in one day. Chief Gonzalez, I'm not going to refer my questions to you because it seems you just keep deferring to Chief Fletcher. So, Chief Fletcher, I just want to ask, why has programming not been able to get into Barry J. Nordoff?
There is some programming, certainly not to the level, and I know that you all recognize, not to the level that we want, right? So that has been the focus. Anti-Recidivism Coalition is in there. Mr. Budnick is in there every Saturday. We've been in conversations with Sam Lewis, and he has graciously, in the midst of the transfer of our youth from Central to Barry J, came in even more so than he was to help support that move and to help our youth. And quite honestly, he helped some of our staff as well. So that's been a great benefit. We are working through our fiscal folks here and contracting to make sure that we are able to leverage those contracts that already exist in board offices to help us with some of that programming. We are also looking at being able to purchase kind of the out-of-the-box programming that you can purchase for staff to be able to, pull out an activity or a lesson that really has been vetted in other probation departments, where then our staff feel empowered and skilled enough to be able to engage with youth in some kind of programming. So all of that is happening. We are trying to bring in as much as possible. I'm reaching out to the Young Women's Freedom Center. We are also engaged with Dr. Reynoso in terms of having a survey for our kids to see what they want. I know Chief Gonzalez, as he's walked around, has heard from the youth directly about what they're interested in, but we're going to do a formal survey to our youth to see what they're interested in. I'm also doing focus groups. So internally, we set that up. Dr. Reynoso is going to join me. The first one is next week, where we are kind of randomly calling in line staff to say what's going to work. You know, what do you see is appropriate in terms of services? And what do you hear from the kids, so that we are getting the line staff input, we're getting the youth input through them, and also through the surveys. So I think by summer, we're hoping that we were going to have a more robust opportunity for programming in the institutions and really get our staff in a situation where they feel like they can provide some of that programming as well. You know, a lot of institutions, staff are trained in thinking for a change and those types of programs that is, you know, very easy to bring together. So we're looking at that as well. I had the benefit in San Francisco from having our staff deliver a Fathers Matter curriculum from the My Brother's Keeper, President Obama's effort, where our staff were providing those courses. It was a 12-week program for young fathers. And then we mirrored that with a Mothers Matters program. A lot of our youth are either caring for young children in their families or have children of their own that we'd like to address in a more focused way as well. But there's a lot of those things that we'd like to bring on board as well. So those are some of the efforts, and our first meeting is next week.
Oh, great. Thank you. So some of our callers that called in frustrated, can they just email you directly?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to review those.
Okay, thank you so much. And then one other thing that I wanted to mention, I heard you say several times, you know, in some of your descriptions of different events that have occurred, violent attacks. Are these violent attacks by the staff on the youth?
No, many of our spike in violence in the institutions, both before and after the move, often are motivated by racial lines, a lot of gang issues. The majority of our assaults are youth on youth violence, where we have, you know, kids trying to run from one side of a unit to another to get to a particular youth. What we're doing currently this week is identifying where some of the youth are located that have been involved in multiple fights, and try to isolate them in a way that supports them with kind of the wraparound services and support from staff, and to keep them safe and to keep some of the other youth safe. There has been a spike in assaults by youth on staff as well, where several of our staff have had to be transported to the hospital for treatment. But certainly the majority of assaults that are happening are youth on youth violence.
Oh, thank you. And when they are having these assaults from youth on staff, are they being investigated, whether they were instigated, agitated? Was there underlying frustration from the youth in other ways that could have been dealt with differently? I mean, youth are reactionary, you know, we know that. And then oftentimes I've heard Rick Ramish say before, you know, it's not the people that breed the violence, it's these cages that breed violence. So, you know, just the environment itself. And then even the reference, violent attacks, you know, people calling in, and you're setting a precedent of, you know, this person to be looked at like this, you know, maybe just start even referring to these as incidents that need to be investigated as to why they occurred in the first place. You know, and the staff that are getting violently assaulted, are then they taking off the 6 months off with paid leave because of this?
So we do investigate everything that occurs in terms of violence. We are looking at video where video is available. We are going back and looking at, you know, is there has everything been done according to policy? Is there something that we could have done differently? So we have critical incident review committees that look at all of this. Supervisors and directors on site are reviewing. There are times we have had, staff with broken bones as a result of altercations in juvenile hall as well as at our camps. Sometimes those staff are out for longer periods of time, but I would think that in reviewing some of these incidents, the majority of our staff don't even seek medical attention. They finish out their shift, even though they may have been punched in the face, often multiple times, bleeding, that sort of thing. Many of those staff stay and finish their shift. So no, not all of them are going out for extended leaves.
Okay, thank you. And I feel like this has been a long line of a lot of questions today, but I think it's just the frustration, right, of the length of time that it's taken to get any progress made at all. And I know there's probably staff right now listening in that have called in that are also getting frustrated, but it's just that at some point we have to start coming to changes and solutions. We just can't sit here year after year with the same questions and the same things happening. And I'm really concerned about this new leadership team, because if it's the same team that thought of these moves and developed it, came up with the plan for these great moves, if it's the same team that has now created this new leadership team, that right there, is raised for concern. So thank you very much. And that's it I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lewis, you're up.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a simple question to the Chief and Deputy Chiefs. What's the timeline for the MDT to have youth move to Camp, for the MDTs to have the youth move to Camp Kilpatrick that are eligible?
Thanks, Commissioner Lewis. So I'll weigh in here. It's something that we've been working with. We actually have some conversation with members of the subcommittee a little bit this week and a little bit next week. We're trying to move around the Brown Act, making sure we don't have a quorum, but we're having some conversations this week. Staff are currently working with Mental Health, LACO, and some of our other partners to finalize criteria, which will be shared with the subcommittee. And then we're trying to figure out the best way to bring in folks from the advocate side, so public defenders, alternate public defenders, as well as community-based organizations like your organization, folks that have worked with these young people, have an understanding for how they're doing. So we should have that done. Quite honestly, criteria finalized next week. And right now we're currently reviewing some of those young people to get them ready to move. We're also looking into Pine Grove as an option, but I know that we've had some hurdles with internal hurdles with our county council getting the agreement all set up, but those seem to be getting ironed out. We hope to have some movement here in the coming weeks, actually really soon.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And I would like to say, the past 2 weeks, I've been going in almost every day. I'm a little under the weather, and I'm out at the hospital. So I've been going in most days before I caught this flu bug. No, it's not COVID. I've been tested at the hospital for that. But I will say that I've seen both sides. I've seen youth that are fighting each other, but I've also seen staff that have been assaulted, staff that have been taken out in the hospitals, and staff that have stayed on afterwards. And ultimately, like, I really got into the granular understanding of what is the root problem of this. And ultimately, it stems from staffing issues. Access for programs, we need staffing. In order to decrease the amount of fights, we need staffing, because that allows kids to be able to go out and run around. Because I've noticed when staffing is up, I'll enter Berry J and you'll have groups of young people playing sports on the grass. But I also notice when staffing is down, it's like a ghost town. And I can go to the director's office and ask what are the staffing levels, and you'll see that the staffing levels are under. Actually, I have written down the amount of staff. I think it's 86 to actually run the facility. I had written it down when I was there last week. And at this point, I think they were at like 72. They had canceled visiting, and literally sat and talked with the director. Is there any way to re-implement visiting? And the director did take the time to explain to me some of the issues of why they could not actually bring visiting up. And one was, for instance, some youth that have mental health issues are assigned one staff to stay with them at all times. And so they take priority. And so as staffing issues or staffing levels drop, all of these things start affecting programs. And so ultimately, when we look at it, it's a number of different things. One, when you have staff that call out or staff that have been injured and they can't come in, and then the use of FMLA by staff. And this is just being honest. Like, I've seen some incredible probation staff, and like, I'm just be honest with you. To use FMLA as a tool not to go to work or to be ordered over, put your coworkers at risk. That's it. Like, I had staff literally say, we just need help. We want to do right by these kids. And so when you use a means in order for you not to go in because you have a party to go to or whatever it is, if it's not for real, because you can't make me believe that many people actually need FMLA strict 8-hour adherences. And so as I'm saying all this, I really got into the nitty gritty of it. And this is what it ultimately comes down to be quite honest. With so many staff that are out, probation does have a very large budget. Here's the rub. If you have staff that are not coming in and you can't let them go, then you can't hire more staff, period. So now our kids suffer because of this. And then you have to bring in the whole labor issue because you have unions involved. Just being honest. Like, I'm not taking anybody's sides here. I dug into this really deeply. So if I have, say, 500 staff or 100 staff that are not coming in and I can't force them to come in, I can't let them go, and I can't hire staff, what do I do? And so those are the questions that I'm trying to figure out and work with both through not just the chief, but also with the board of supervisors. Like, there's got to be a way to be able to staff these facilities up, because prior to the youth coming from Central Juvenile Hall, there were staffing issues at Central Juvenile Hall and Barry J. And when I say staffing issues, they just don't have enough staff. And you can't hire more staff once their staffing matrix is like capped, because that means increasing the budget, and now you have people that are collecting paychecks that aren't reporting to work. And so, like, what I would say for those staff that are listening, that are doing a great job, I tip my hat to you and I thank you for trying to support our kids, because I see you. And for those staff that don't show up because you want extra days off, shame on you. These are kids that have been through hell, and some of them need help to be able to write their moral compasses. Step up and do what's right for these kids. Like, I'm not like really trying to shame people, but the reality is I can't believe that many people are actually out on workman's comp and have this many FMLA issues and not be able to go in. Like, that's just the honest truth. The last thing I'll say is this: I would really like for us to give this leadership team that's on this screen, Deputy Chief Fletcher, Deputy Chief Patino, excuse me, I'm losing my voice again, and Chief Gonzalez, the opportunity to right this ship, because this goes deeper than just issues. That, like, this is like, it's a nightmare when you really dig into it. Like, you can't fire people because they're unionized. And that's just crazy, because at the center of this, those that are suffering are our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Yamashiro, see your hands up again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I neglected to take it down for my last comment. Thanks.
No problem. Commissioner Nung, I'm going to call on you in a minute for that motion, so I'm sure you're prepared for that. But before I do, I just want to thank my commissioners for being on fire today and on point on all these issues. And, you know, Sam alluded to the leadership who's on here from probation. And I don't know if you guys are noticing here, but what I see very clearly is that we're talking about two different realities. And I think that the side that I'm on is not the fantasy that I hear that's being repeated back to us. I think that we're, as a commission, rooted, listening, not only to stakeholders, but also to probation staff who are on the line every day. And we're getting completely different versions of the truth. And so I hope Chief, Deputy Chiefs, that this inverted triangle of a heavy leadership that things maybe trickle, maybe don't trickle all the way down to people in those units, and then eventually to the youth. I think that I really hope, Chief, you've been here for a year and a half, and Ms. Fletcher, you're brand new, and Adam, you've been here for a while, that we all get on the same page moving forward. You know, I'm very optimistic, Chief, and I respect you, but Don made something very clear to me, and we all know this, that this chief position is a rotating position, as you know. And we all put a lot of emphasis in believing in you and looking for you for leadership because you're new and because we want to support you. But things are happening, Chief, that are not looking good for you, for the department, and ultimately for the kids. And so please, this is not a warning. This is not, I am not threatening you, but I think that we need to be realistic here, that things are, at this point, we're living in different realities, and somebody needs to wake up. Commissioner Nung, that motion, please.
Thank you. So I actually like to make two motions. So one motion is for the Probation Oversight Commission to request from the Probation Department all documents, including communications to staff, youth, families, LACO, and any other parties related to the decision to close Central Juvenile Hall and any plans that were developed in preparation for that transition.
Can I get a second?
I second that motion, Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Jackson seconds. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Wendy, can we get a roll on this, please?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, so we're voting aye, nay, or abstain on Commissioner Nong's motion, seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupuis?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia-Lays?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis?
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith?
Aye.
Commissioner Nong?
Aye.
Commissioner Yamashiro?
Aye.
Chair Carrillo?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Then my second motion would be to again make a formal request to the Probation Department for all existing documents, again, including communications to staff, families, youth, LACO, and any other parties regarding the plans to transition young people and staff back to Central Juvenile Hall.
Can someone second that?
I second that as well.
Thank you, Chair Vice Chair Jackson.
Can you repeat it? Sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
It's a motion to have the Probation Oversight Commission request from probation all documents, including communications to relevant parties, including staff, youth, families, LACO, and others related to the current plan to transition young people and staff back to Central Juvenile Hall.
And I'll accept that same motion, second from Vice Chair Jackson. Any discussion on this motion? Don, are you trying to say something, or you're on the? Okay. Okay. Wendy, can we get a vote on this motion, please?
Can we can we just clarify in the motion that we're to get this documentation prior to any moves being made, not after the fact? This way it could be reviewed.
Commissioner Nong and Commissioners Nong and Jackson, do you accept that amendment?
Amendment, yes. Well, sorry, Commissioner Nong, sorry.
Oh, yes, no, I honestly would love help with wording this because I want to know what I'm trying to get at is what plans already exist, because I'm assuming there are plans that have already begun. But also, I would honestly love a regular update, whether it's 2 weeks or a month or 2 months, it's a 90-day plan. So I'm not sure whether that should be in the same motion or a separate one.
if you're asking me, and I'll also ask Danielle Vappy, it seems like that could all be in one motion, that you're asking for the documents in preparation for the move. So it sounds like what you're saying is you want anything that's already been created, but also things that will be created between now and the move back. Danielle Vappy, do you have any thoughts about that all being in one motion?
I think it could be an all-in-one motion, and you could request that the documents be provided to you on a rolling basis. So as they are generated and available, then they could be delivered to the Probation Oversight Commission.
Thank you. So Commissioner Jackson, are you willing to second the motion written that way?
Absolutely. I second it. Should I say something more?
Nope. Was Commissioner Carrillo, I don't know whether there's any other discussion, or I can call.
I don't see any hands or anyone speaking up, so I'm going to assume that's a no, so we can go for a vote.
Okay, great. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupuy?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia Lays?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis?
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith?
Aye.
Commissioner Nong?
Aye.
Commissioner Yamashiro?
Aye.
And Commissioner Carrillo?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Chief, you're obviously, if you're able, stay on. If not, thank you. You're excused, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to be here and also for your suggestions and the recommendation. We'll definitely be following those motions, and I think we can manage the request.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, moving on to item number 2 is the approval of March 10th and March 14th minutes. Do you have any written public comments or live public comments for this item, Wendy?
I'm assuming Kent and Millie do not want to speak on the minutes. So if you could put your hands down and then put them back up for the next time you'd like to speak, please do so. And if so, there's no other comments on the minutes.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, may I have a motion to approve March 10th and 14th minutes by anyone?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a
Second
motion
that.
by Commissioner Canales and seconded by Vice Chair Jackson. Sorry, Yamashiro, she beat you to it. Are there any changes to the minutes?
Wait, but for the record, I didn't second that motion. I think that was Commissioner Dupuy.
That's right.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupuy. You're hot today, Vice Chair Jackson, so I figured you jumped right in. Okay, so let's correct that. Commissioner Dupuy seconded that motion. Okay, hearing none, commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote with an aye or anyone opposed.
Aye.
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 Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3 is for the commissioners to vote and elect commissioners' leadership for the position of chair, vice chair, and secretary. Wendy, please facilitate the elections.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. So per our bylaws, we elect the leadership of our commission at our annual meeting, although that didn't happen last year because we didn't have an annual meeting. It was our inaugural meeting. And we should have had an annual meeting in January, but did not. And so we are now electing the new leadership at exactly a year from the time that the original leadership was elected. And we'll be electing these current leaders to serve until our annual meeting in January of 2023. So it's a term slightly less than a year, and then we'll get on the right track for basically calendar year service. So for the position of chair, we have 2 nominees, Commissioner and current Chair Frankie Carrillo and Commissioner Kan Yamashiro. We'll give you each a couple of minutes to talk about your interest in serving as chair, and then I will facilitate a vote. Chair Carrillo, do you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, over a year ago now, I was elected by this body to be the chair of this commission, and it's been an honor, and I'm here today to ask you to re-elect me. I will reflect on the last year plus with the honor of being the chair of this commission. And I'll tell you and be honest with you that I was truly unaware of all the responsibilities, challenges, you know, mainly was, you know, I've been on panels and I've been in meetings similar like the ones we have here, but to facilitate it was a completely learning curve. But I'm grateful that there's a staff. Obviously, I'm looking at you, Wendy, and everyone else involved to make this body come to life, and that of course includes other commissioners. I will say that from my own point of view, and I hope there's some nods here, but I don't see I see myself as the chair of this commission, but I think we move in a line versus me in the front or me in the rear. We're sort of shoulder by shoulder. I am grateful that we have an amazing team of commissioners who have taken on subcommittees, who chime in during these commissions, who show up, who are focused on all the number of things that we're assigned to focus on, not only the youth, the staff, the system itself. And so I really applaud the commission for we all make each other look good, including the staff as well. I will wrap up my request for your vote by saying that I thank you, commissioners, those who were here during the initial vote to elect me as chair, because what you did then and what I'm asking you to do now is to continue advocating for those who are on the inside, as I was once on the inside. And not only while they're in cages or cells or dorms or institutions, but also seeing their lives long after they've been incarcerated and supporting them as well. I am really grateful that my new identity as a chair, as a father, as a voter, as a contributing member of this society includes my ability to say that I'm part of this amazing commission that is helping not only our county, not only the parents, but the youth, and making the system a better place. So with that, I will pass it on to my colleague, Yamashiro.
Thanks, Chair Carrillo. Frankie and I have been friends for a long time, and I want to say first off, I endorse his candidacy 100%. Like, I think he's done a great job, and nothing that I would say on my own behalf should be interpreted in any way as kind of detracting from what's been his leadership and what's been really a great and interesting year. But let me just say, so, and in all candor, like I also am doing this just because, one, you know, I'm a firm believer in public service, and so the reason I accepted the nomination was because I see it as a way to elevate the level of service to our collective community. But it's not through, I have, as I'll say before, it's probably not the thing I should say, but I don't have strong feelings. I think we have great leadership right now. And I think I would agree with Frankie that we have a great team. And I have to say, again, in candor, one of our colleagues who will remain unnamed texted me last night and said, hey, I kind of forgot we're going to do this election. And like, what are you going to do? What's your platform? And my first, it was right after dinner when I saw it, and I'm like, my first response was, oh my God, I forgot too. But I do have some thoughts, and I'll keep them short. But there's a couple things that I think that if I were in the position to kind of serve all of you and the communities in the role of the chair, there's a couple things I would do. The one thing I think, one of the things that we learned in the PRIT process was that the oversight, there's the oversight bodies, we're not alone, and we're actually we're members of a much larger community of oversight organizations, municipal, that oversee law enforcement agencies. We're the only one, as I'm aware of from a probation perspective. But nevertheless, the functions and the roles and the insights that people have been doing it for a long time we would certainly benefit from. And so one of the things I think that I would do would be to, I'm not trying to say, well, I'm going to pay for everybody to go to Atlanta to the next conference, but I do think that there's like a role, like for us to engage with the larger community of oversight bodies. And that's something that I think we would all learn from. And I think it would be worthwhile to do that in whatever capacity. And if that means, attending conferences or webinars or whatever. That's something that I would really, and I would encourage us to do regardless of whether I'm the chair or not. The other thing I think what I would do is to try to, we have so much great expertise, subject matter experts on the commission. And yet the way in which we as commissioners interact with the media and the public generally, I think we could probably do a better job. I know, and this is not, and again, anything I'm saying is not taken away from Frankie and it's also not taken away from Wendy and her staff, because we just added kind of a public, a role of a staff member who's responsible for pushing stuff out. But I also think one of the things, and Don will probably remember this thing. What in that period of time when I was the chair of the Probation Commission, one of the things that we tried to do, but I don't think it really got off the ground the way it could have, was that we designated each either subsets or individuals on our commission as subject matter experts, and we didn't really necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily ask them to volunteer, but the expectation is that if you're a subject matter expert with this area and there's like a problem that's happening in the halls that's relevant to your expertise, then it would be presumptively your role to kind of take the lead on those issues, because and to the extent whether that means interfacing with the community, whether that means interfacing with the press, that's, I think, and also just kind of being a kind of leader in your own field as a representative on our commission, I think would also be, so organizing it a little bit just on our own, and kind of, I think that would be something that I would attempt. And so those are kind of the specifics. One last general thought about what I think my approach, if it to the extent that it's different, and then, again, I'm saying this without in any way detracting from the work that's been done so far, because I think it's been an incredible year. The one thing that I think might change if I were the chair is that I would try to move a little bit of the initiatives from that we've been engaged in, and the kind of the guidance about where we go as a commission, away from our executive director, and be more driven by the chair and the members of the commission and the commissioners, because we all, whether you're an appointee or whether you're an at-large commissioner, our roles are really distinctly different than the commission staff and our executive director, as because they're employees technically of the executive, I think it's the executive office or the board, but they, and so there's a kind of different relationship, and I think a lot of times we've relied on Wendy to really take the point and stuff that might, I'm not saying it puts her in a tough position, but sometimes I would hope we would, we could do something, we can do some of these things as a group or as individual commissioners, and not necessarily put her in that position, because that's what we're supposed to be. Well, that's what I think we could be doing, is kind of shifting some of that, at least the initiative part and the direction, because we've had a great year, in large part because of all the work that Frankie has done, and a lot of the work that Wendy has done as well. I just fear sometimes that like, I don't want her to have to. I think there should be the uncomfortable conversations that might have to happen should come from the commission sometimes, and not frequently the executive director. So those are kind of big picture things. But I'm happy to play whatever role. I also am just kind of doing this to honor whoever it was who nominated me. I really appreciate that, and the sentiment that goes behind it. But if I'm happy to just plug along doing what we're doing the way it's been working so far as well. So I'm really honored to be nominated, and also honored to work with you guys in whatever capacity that you guys see fit.
That's all.
Thank you, commissioners. I think the best thing to do next is to have Commissioner Jackson and Commissioner Canales actually make their comments about their interests in the co-chair or the vice chair and secretary positions respectfully, so we can then take public comment and then come back for the commissioners' vote. So Commissioner Jackson, will you take a few moments?
Sure. So everyone knows that I don't love speeches, but I think this is an important process. And so I'll jump in by saying that I appreciate the nomination, an opportunity to serve in this seat again. I can't believe that it's already been a year. In my first speech during the first election, I think I talked about not wanting to be perceived as an expert in my role as a commissioner as much as I wanted to be a student of the system and continue learning, right? To use my firsthand experience to support my duties, the advice I was giving, to study the things I thought I knew and to also learn more about the things that I really don't know anything about, and unlearning things and training myself to think really critically about the issues that we all care so much about. And so that's what the role has been for me as a student in this work on this commission. With that, I can't say that the department has made the kind of progress that I or we wish to see, but as an oversight body, I do believe that we are better positioned to deliver on our responsibilities because of what we've learned so far. I'm a better positioned commissioner because of I've been in the trenches, so to speak, visiting the facilities, engaging every type of stakeholder in this space, and challenging the status quo. Leadership comes with a great deal of responsibility, and I see it as our highest duty. And it requires a degree of selflessness, and it requires some self-work, especially to be effective at what we do. When one of my mentees from Camp Scott was gunned down in Inglewood a few months ago, it was really devastating, and that wasn't planned. It was devastating. And as a formerly incarcerated young person, I was very, very impacted by her death, her murder. It was a deep reminder about what my true responsibility here, which is to help widen the possibilities for incarcerated and system-impacted individuals who have the odds stacked against them. It is to remain that student that I talked about, but to also be an educator. It is to be a steward of justice and accountability. And so there's so much more work ahead of all of us, but I'm honored to be in this position, even with all of its challenges. And I will gladly accept this nomination and proudly serve if I win the vote. So.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Canales?
Yes, thank you so much. This past year, it feels like it's went by so fast, and here we are already, right? And, I take this position very seriously, and I'll be the first to admit I'm learning as I go. Oftentimes I won't know what's going on, but I'm grateful for Commissioner Jackson. She's amazing. She's been incredible as part of this team. Wendy, Frankie, I've even reached out to you, when you were in Italy. Commissioner Jackson on Christmas Day, when I was having a moment. And so I'm thankful. I'm thankful that I have such a strong support team like that. And I'm willing and open for any and all suggestions and mentorship, ideas, suggestions. But one thing that I've really reflected on in this moment right here, even being brought on by Supervisor Janice Hahn, and specifically because of my direct impact, my experience, and then seeing this commission body, that we have all experienced incarceration. Maybe we don't have all the answers. We're all willing to learn, and each and every one of us is very serious about change. So when I hear people saying, the famous cliches, nothing about us without us, let those with direct impact lead, and things like that. And then I see right here, Commissioner Carrillo, over 20 years of his life on a wrongful conviction at that. Some people wouldn't even be able to spend a day in those circumstances, you know, and Commissioner Jackson going back into the same facility where she was once as a young woman, and you know, and myself, and seeing this and just really appreciating the fact that that you're willing and that you're open to accept us, accept our experience, and to turn it around, not as a stumbling block, but to be used as a stepping stone, to be used, you know, so that we can be heard, so that we can be listened to. But by all means, like I continue to say, you know, I'm constantly learning. And if it was not for the expertise and the leadership from Erica, I mean, she's been amazing. Just so much incredible support. I am very committed to the youth. One thing, Director Fletcher, when I was part of the interview team in bringing on new people, all I wanted to talk about was the youth. And I even was telling her about one youth that just really captured my heart. And some of the words to a song that he wrote was, "I don't believe in God, but I cried out to him." And I look at him and I think something in you wants to believe in something, you know, and just these things that happen, you know, that I take so personal when I see them. And, you know, I'm very serious about significant change. And I don't mean to be rude at times. I know sometimes I might not communicate as effectually as all the lawyers and everything, but it's real. It's my heart. And I don't mean to offend people, you know, even the staff, when I'm on the grounds with them and I hear their feedback, you know, we're warehousing youth, they get worse the longer they stay. And you know, and I just want to express that. And I know there is very, very good staff working. And I'm always mentioning the floor staff need to be, you know, in these meetings with everyone. And so, you know, I do know that I do get a little bit emotional at times. And so I really appreciate that you all are patient with me. And I thank you for this nomination. And I accept it very proudly.
Thank you, Commissioner Canales. I'm feeling very proud to be affiliated with all of you today, and I'm quite glad that I don't have to vote. So I think we will go to public comment, and I'll ask the public commenters, please, to keep your comments associated with our election. And Millie, I see your hand up, but I'm not sure you put it down. Millie, do you want to comment on the election? Millie, can you hear me? Okay, we're going to move on to Jael Ovalle. Jael, are you commenting on the election today?
I am not.
Okay, all right, great. If you could put your hand down and then raise your hand for the future item, that would be great. James Maddox, would you like to comment on the election?
No.
Okay, thank you. Rose Montelongo, I know, does want to make a comment. So Rose, you are unmuted, and I will put the 2-minute timer up and you can begin.
I just want to say I'm a parent of a former that was locked up in Barry J. I just wanted to say my condolences to Miss Jackson. I don't know you, but you sound like a very, very good person. Just keep up the good work, and that's all I want to say. Is, you know, you being I used to be locked up. It seems like you would, you know all the right steps in how to help our youth. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for saying that. Appreciated. Next up, we have Thomas. Thomas Bell, do you want to comment on the election?
I just want to say I think the current commissioner, Mr. Carrero, I believe, Frank, he's been doing a good job. I just wanted to give him a shout out real quick.
Thank you, Thomas. And Louise Dodson, did you want to comment on the election?
Yes, I'd say, Mr. Carrillo, I thank you for your honest words, and you're looking for you're looking for results that are going to benefit everybody. And I like the work that you're doing, and I encourage you to keep going the way you are, because you were so on point today with your comments.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have in terms of public comment. And so I am going to get back to my chart here so I can call the roll for the vote. So we're first going to take the vote for the chair position. Commissioners, I need you to cast your vote for Commissioner Carrillo or Commissioner Yamashiro, please. Commissioner Canales?
Commissioner Carrillo.
Commissioner Dupuy,
I'm going to abstain for now.
Commissioner Garcia Lays,
Commissioner Carrillo.
Commissioner Jackson,
Commissioner Carrillo, very brave of you, Commissioner Dupuy.
Commissioner Lewis,
Commissioner Carrillo.
Commissioner Meredith,
Commissioner Carrillo.
Commissioner Nong,
Commissioner Carrillo.
Commissioner Yamashiro,
Commissioner Yamashiro.
and Commissioner Carrillo, Chair Carrillo.
Myself.
Okay, so we, with one abstention and one vote for Commissioner Yamashiro, Chair Carrillo is reelected for a second term. So we will, congratulations, and we will move forward for the election of vice chair. So we have Commissioners Jackson and Yamashiro in this election. I'm going to go through the vote again. Sorry, I'm just making my notes here. I'll call your name and you can cast your vote for the vice chair, either Jackson or Yamashiro. Commissioner Canales?
Wait, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Wendy. Can I just ask Kevin one time out? Like I can't remember, but I don't want to. I want to withdraw. I know I don't know if I was I guess I was nominated, but I didn't want to actively run. So I'm not sure procedurally whether or not. And it's not out of spite, believe me. It's just as a parent, I've been the assistant coach, and it has all the responsibilities, and then and none of the not that I want control, but I just I'd rather not. So if that's okay, whatever procedurally we have to do, or I would vote for my opponent because she's awesome.
I think with the amount of time that I see Commissioner Jackson, I would probably agree with you with how much she works. So I think procedurally, and I'm actually asking this question of Danielle Vappy, we might as well just go through the vote. Does that sound right, Danielle?
Yeah, I think you could just go through the vote, but Commissioner Yamashiro can withdraw, but I think you could just go through the vote based on what everyone has said. It should be fine.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Canales?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Dupuy?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Garcia Lays?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Jackson?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Lewis?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Meredith?
That caring lady with a heart, Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Nong?
Commissioner Jackson.
Commissioner Yamashiro?
Mr. Jackson.
And Commissioner Carrillo.
Vice Chair Commissioner Jackson.
Okay, congratulations. Commissioner Jackson is unanimously reelected as vice chair of the commission. And with that, we'll move on to the position of secretary, for which only Commissioner Canales is nominated. So we'll go through the vote again. Commissioner Canales?
Myself.
I think actually, thank you. You can just go ahead and say yes for all of you. And we will do this as an aye vote since we only have one candidate. Commissioner Dupuy?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia Lays?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis?
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith?
Aye.
Commissioner Nong?
Aye.
Commissioner Yamashiro?
Aye.
And Chair Carrillo.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, congratulations. Commissioner Canales is reelected as secretary of the commission, and that completes this item. I know, Chair Carrillo, that this isn't how it says it on the script, but it is 11:18. So if you wanted to choose to do a break now, I think we could do that without anyone being too upset with us.
I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Wendy, and congratulations to my co-leadership team here, and thank you for those who voted and didn't vote for me. Thank you so much. 10-minute break, everyone.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we'll return at 11:30. Okay, we'll come back in about a minute if folks can rejoin us.
Hi, Wendy. How's it going?
I am good. I'm just looking at the videos to see if we've got quorum back, and it looks like we do.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be moving on to item number 4. We'll be discussing and taking appropriate action on the meeting frequency of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. In October 2021, this body voted to meet once a month on the second Thursday of each month for 4 hours. Prior to that, we were meeting twice a month on the second and fourth Thursdays of each month from 12 to 2. However, these have been recommendations that we return to have 2 meetings per month. Wendy, do you have any written or live public comments on this item?
We do not have any written public comment. I do have a lot of the same hands still up, so I'll go through them again to ask if anyone wants to make public comment about the POC meeting schedule. The first is Millie Kakani, but I think that's a remaining hand from before. So let's go on to James Maddox. James, did you want to comment on the meeting schedule?
Yes, I re-raised my hand. I think that the schedule should coincide or at least be aware of the other meetings that are going on where there is overlap between some of the issues affecting the POC. That being, for example, the Los Angeles Domestic Violence Council, the Los Angeles City Domestic Violence Alliance, the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence, and their policy committee. So I think you need to take a look at it and see what other times may be more convenient. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you. Actually, I would like to, James, if you could send me those meetings you mentioned are not among the meetings that I have looked at conflicts, and if you could send me some information about when those meetings are, I would appreciate it. Next up, we have Rose Montelongo. Rose, did you want to make a comment about the meeting times?
Oh no, was my hand up?
Yep, you can just
Oh,
either
sorry.
click *3 or re-hit the little hand function. It'll go down.
Okay.
How about you, Louise? Did you want to make a comment about the meeting times?
Oh, no, my hand
Okay,
should have been down.
great. Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our public comment.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on this item?
Yeah, I would just like to point out that we should probably go to the bi-monthly meetings just because there's so many issues going on in the department. Once a month, we're not staying on top of it.
Thank you, Don. And I'm looking at the hands raised in case anyone wants to chime in. I suppose before anyone else does, I agree with Don. I think that that these meetings not only should be more frequent, but obviously this one here is very long. I think towards the end of our meetings so far, a lot of us, and I'll speak for myself, have lost some of the steam that we started off with, and items that maybe should have the full attention that they deserve are sort of just rushed through. And so I'll leave that for any other comments that the commissioners might have. Also, Wendy, what are we thinking about back in person? Because that's going to affect how we move here.
Yes, thank you for asking that. So I'll say, when we moved to the 4-hour meeting, one of the ideas was that it was easier for some of the advocacy groups to organize around a once-a-month meeting instead of twice-a-month meetings, although it's ended up that we've had more than twice-a-month meeting anyway because of the town halls. So I'm not sure that consideration applies. in the same way that it did when we thought we were moving it. We have suggested this second and fourth Thursday from 12 to 2, which is a time that was originally available for most folks. And the lunch hour seems to work best in terms of doing that. So in going back in person, and I'm actually going to ask Danielle Vappy to make sure I say this correctly. So we are still under an emergency order of the state that allows for Brown Act bodies like the Probation Oversight Commission and the Board of Supervisors to maintain changes in the way that public meetings are happening. And so we are following in the board's lead around having public meetings virtually while that emergency order is still in place. However, we do have the opportunity, if the board decides to go back in person, which they haven't yet. You may know they gathered in the boardroom at this last meeting, but without the public present. So we will have the opportunity to make our own findings as a commission about remaining virtual under the emergency orders of the state law, but that also may and likely will expire eventually, in which case we'd have to go back in person. So yes, the consideration of like getting to the meetings and attendance is certainly something to consider. Danielle, did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did. And that's based on, like you said, the state law AB 361. And those findings will have to be made at the time once we determine if the governor has lifted his order. So for right now, it's fine to continue virtually, and we will just have to reevaluate it once the board reevaluates what their order will be.
Okay, thank you both. Commissioners, so obviously this topic is one that we shouldn't just, we should definitely have some discussion on. I think it involves people's schedules, people's, if it does go to two times a month, what that looks like for people's jobs and so on. So I think there at some point we leave it alone, or there's a motion to change it. I'm just want to see what people think about this. If any thoughts come up. Commissioner Yamashiro, see your hands up.
Yes, thanks. I guess at the risk of being redundant, I do think our ability to be a little bit more nimble in how we respond when things are so fast moving, we're really hamstrung if we're only meeting for one day a month. So increasing the frequency, I think, would allow us to be, be able to be more responsive. I recognize, I recognize that this impacts our jobs, and but I know that the stipend is not a lot, but at least so everyone knows that was at least the reason that we wanted to make sure that there was some level of compensation, was to make sure that it accounted for any kind of impact to people's professional lives otherwise. So. But I think we need to be a little bit more nimble, and meeting twice a week or twice a month rather, might accomplish that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupuy.
I ended up lowering my hand, so go on.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia-Lees.
Yeah, I think Don and Kine make persuasive arguments, but the other side is, if this was a 2-hour meeting, I don't know if we would have had the time to go as deeply as we did into the central closure. I think if we go back to in person, getting to downtown and back is going to make a significant more investment of our time in ratio to the meeting length, much different. And I want to, give credit to the advocates who said that monthly was better. I found their request to be maybe the most important. So I think I'm in favor of keeping the long meetings, especially looking forward to going back in person. And perhaps we should be getting more used to calling emergency meetings, right? We can have more meetings as necessary in order to be nimble. We just have to make sure they're noticed. It's 72 hours in advance. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Meredith?
Yeah, I was just going to say virtual, we're okay now, but when we go into meeting in person, I was just going to toss this out, that we may want to look at the locations we meet at. We used to meet at HOA, and the idea was that when we'd have our afternoon meetings, that we'd be available for the justice deputies to wander down the hall to attend, so they'd get some input, because we won't be doing it virtually anymore. But I still believe that we should be doing it bi-monthly, just because we got so many critical issues.
I don't see any other hands. So at this point now, I think it seems we've heard different perspectives here. Wendy, do you think, or Danielle, that, I mean, if we leave it alone, we're meeting once a month for 4 hours. If we go for, if someone motions to do it twice a month, are we still thinking about those Thursdays from, is it 12 to 2? 12 to 2, correct?
So that, yes, we would need a motion, I think, to officially change the meeting time back to 2 times a month. That recommendation of Thursday from 12 to 2, the second and fourth Thursdays, is based on sort of our current meeting schedule and the past, when I looked at all the availability of all the commissioners. So I guess I'm curious if there's anyone who is not available from 12 to 2 on the second and fourth Thursdays on a regular basis.
Also, Wendy, is it also possible if we exceed the 2 o'clock, the 2-hour bracket, and just, if folks who can stay on, if depending on what we're talking about? I know I'm asking a lot from people, but is that possible as well?
Yes, and I mean, that's what happened in the first 4 or 5 months of the commission, is that we never were able to complete the meeting within 2 hours.
I do.
Commissioner Dupuy?
Sorry, I was just about to jump in without raising my hand. I had a question for Commissioners Meredith and Yamashiro, who were previously on the commission. How did it work with your meetings prior to this?
Well, I'll start. We met twice. We went twice a month, and I think it depended on and whether we went. Like I think Wendy's observation, I think, is correct. We just because we set aside the presumptively a presumptive 2-hour time slot, that won't mean that we will necessarily have to be bound by that going forward. As long as we comport with the Brown Act, I'm assuming, and we announce that we're going to need a longer time period, we can always make it longer. But we didn't, we rarely were able to get everything done within that 2-hour period. I tried my best, and we all tried, but a lot of times we went over. And the only other feature that I would mention is that to kind of address something that Sean mentioned, although this would only address each district respectively, but what we also did was we would have at least one meeting a year, at least 1 year. We did one meeting a year in each respective supervisorial district, as opposed to all of them being hosted downtown, which obviously only favored the district that we were in terms of a commute. But I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but that's how we did it.
Yeah, same thing here. When I was chair, like when Kai was chair, we'd often exceed the 2-hour limit. The big thing was if we usually use room 739, I think it was, at HOA, we just had to make sure we had it blocked out for at least a 3-hour block, just in case we went over, and also to comply with the Brown Act. But yeah, we did. We'd do 2 meetings a month, or I'm sorry, 2 monthly meetings downtown, and then we'd do 1 out in the district. We'd have someplace so we could try and do outreach. And sometimes we even shift the time from to a 4 o'clock time to an evening time, so we could be out in the community, kind of like a town hall concept, but do our meetings that way in a supervisory district.
That brings up a good point, which is that the town halls, as long as we don't have a quorum and of commissioners and are not a Brown Act meeting, can continue to be virtual, which is a great learning experience from the pandemic. So we can continue to have daytime and evening town halls in which we include lots of community members for participation in this virtual setting.
Thanks, Wendy, and thanks, commissioners. I think I would rely on your guys' experience since you've done it both ways in person, except I don't know for the 4-hour meetings in person, but it sounds like the both of you would recommend 2 meetings a month. Is that what I'm hearing, Commissioners Meredith and Yamashiro?
I mean, yeah, I guess what I would respond is, I'm interested to hear other people's perspective, because I fear that, like, sometimes if we're only meeting a month, then by the time we actually meet, it's not that the issue's stale, but our ability to the extent that we're able to inject ourselves into whatever decision-making process is, or whatever path that the department is taking with respect to an issue, we've seeded that if we're 3 weeks behind, or 28 days behind what's actually happening. I mean, I don't have strong feelings about it, but I do think it just, as a practical matter, it's more complicated to calendar and accommodate. But I think big picture, it allows us to be a little bit more responsive.
It kind of summed up what I would have said.
Okay. I mean, I guess Wendy's question about was anyone not being able to attend those Thursdays, the 2nd and 4th, and no one said they couldn't attend. I guess I'll motion just to kind of test the waters here, and so I motion that the POC meets twice a month for 2 hours on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays of each month.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Any discussion on this motion? Commissioner Nunn?
Yeah, sorry, I had a question beforehand. If we vote on this now, as far as like location, and I'm interested in the alternating between daytime and evening, is that something where we vote now and then there's later discussion, or are we determining that now? And then my second question was, I consistently hear people saying we rarely got anything done, or like everything done within the 2 hours. So I was just wondering what the harm is in setting it for 2.5 or 3, and if we end early, then we end early.
Yeah.
So as far as the locations, the one location that we have determined is available and I think will be great is the new DMH building on 510 Vermont, which allows for the hybrid virtual and in-person meetings and has free parking and is really just beautiful and is very close to public transportation. So, but also, and actually Commissioner Canales, when she became secretary and we didn't know how long these virtual meetings were going to last, is very interested in working with us on selecting sites throughout the county to have meetings. So that's something our team is really excited about and looking forward to.
Commissioner Nunn, so are you asking me to amend the motion to reflect maybe a 3-hour max? Or
Yeah, I guess maybe 2.5 hours. I just want to adjust to the fact that if we're just gonna assume we're going over 2 hours, we might as well just accept that and maybe go 2.5.
yeah, I can see maybe 2:30, maybe trying to beat traffic, the 3 o'clock traffic, 4 o'clock traffic. So, if someone wants to second that amended.
I think Commissioner Meredith just has to agree to it.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Don. Any other discussion on this?
I just had a question. If something comes up, would there, you mentioned the hybrid piece, Wendy. Would a commissioner be able to still participate virtually if there was some emergency and they needed to do that?
They cannot participate virtually once we're back in the Brown Act setting, but they can participate from a number of county libraries or another site as long as it's posted. So there are going to be ways to do that at least in a place that's geographically much more convenient to where you are. But also if you're willing to do it, for example, in your office, and you're willing to post your office address as a place where the public could come and provide public comment. That is something that many folks have done and are able to do. So it's complicated, but yes, there are ways to make that happen, but not virtually, unfortunately.
Commissioner Garcia, your hand's still up. You want to jump in? Okay. Okay, I think debate's over on this item. Wendy, can we get a roll on this?
Yes, so we are voting to move to 2 meetings a month, second and fourth Thursdays from 12 to 2:30. So that an I vote will support that. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Dupuy?
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia-Lays?
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Jackson has stepped away. Commissioner Lewis also may no longer be in the meeting. He was okay. So we've got Commissioner Meredith.
Aye.
Commissioner Nong.
I'm gonna abstain for now.
And Commissioner Yamashiro.
Aye.
And Chair Carrillo.
Aye.
Okay, so with 5 ayes and 2 abstentions, the motion passes and we can move on.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, moving on to item number 5 is for us to discuss and take appropriate action on progress the LA County Probation Department has made within the last 2 quarters towards compliance with the DOJ settlement. Here with us today is Assistant Inspector General Eric Bates from the LA County Office of the Inspector General. Thereafter, we will open the floor to the LA County Probation Department to chime in. Mr. Bates, please proceed with your updates.
First of all, good morning to all the commissioners and everyone else on the call. I've had the pleasure to meet with a number of the commissioners, but not everyone. So I do look forward to meeting with everyone at some point in the near future. And for those of you that don't know, I'll just give a very quick background of myself. I'm new to this position. I've been here, it'll be almost a year. And prior to that, I was with the State Inspector General's office, and we provided oversight for the Department of Corrections. But I was excited to come here and be a part of the probation department oversight because of the innovative manner in which we're looking to have the youth being supervised. So I wanted to be a part of that. And I, years ago, worked as a public defender. So I know the difficulties and the struggles of the young people in dealing with supervision. So I am happy to be here and to be working with all of you who I hear share that equal thirst for a new approach. As you know, the Department of Justice tasked us with certain areas of oversight relating to the settlement agreement. And it's been a long morning, so I will be as concise as possible. Some of those areas, we are reliant upon the probation department to have various changes in policy or data systems to collect information for our office to review and analyze. But some of the items did not require that. But even the ones that did, I still wanted my staff to go out and at least become familiar with those areas because not only does it help you become familiar, but it also helps you recognize other areas of possible recommendations that can be made. So we did that. So just going through the areas, we were asked to review the department's OC spray decontamination policies. They were to have an internal process to capture certain data, and then we would analyze that to see if the process was resulting in a need for appropriate corrective action. It's my understanding that that is still being developed. They're dealing with policies and whatnot with the DOJ monitor, but we still requested a number of documents. We reviewed a number of forms that are used for documenting the decontamination process. and we've gone through those, but the actual report itself is dependent upon data that comes from that that form, and that will at some point, I'm sure, be provided by the department. Also, the need for training, whether or not the probation department has adequately assessed the need for training. We have gone to the actual training that's being provided to get an idea as to what is actually being done. So that's something that we will also be reporting on at some point. Also, the accurate reporting of the uses of force, whether or not uses of force are taken down correctly in the reports. We are looking at that. We've requested documents and have gone through and looked at whether or not that is actually occurring. Another area was whether or not there was sufficient coverage by the cameras at the facilities to capture uses of force. And are those camera videos being used appropriately after that? That is a report that we are hoping to get out by the end of this month. We've collected the information from that, and we are just now processing it and hope to get a report out by the end of this month. Another area was whether or not there was a mechanism that the probation department had for notifying the superintendent of room confinement. We've heard room confinement come up a number of times. We have been engaged with the probation department and their staff, and they've been really great about providing information, even though we're not at the stage of writing a report yet. We have assisted each other in developing a template that can be used to track room confinement to make sure that it's not inappropriate. So that's been an area that I think we've made substantial headway in. Also, PREA compliance, and that was an area dealing with whether or not shower curtains were appropriately placed in the halls. And we've gone out and have looked at the shower curtains, and we are in the process of preparing that report. And there seems to be substantial compliance. There were just some minor issues that we noticed. For instance, shower curtains that have the clear opening at the top may have been a little calcified so that you couldn't clearly see through. So those are things that we've contacted the probation staff about and are working to get that resolved. And one thing I noticed during one of my visits to Barry J is that I noticed that in the control room, there was a clear vision into the first stall in the bathroom areas. And on the girls' side, they have some type of partition up so that you can't see it unless you stand up and you need to look in there. And so we brought that to the department's attention, and it's my understanding that they're looking into providing that for the boys as well. The other area was, again, assuring that there's access to programming that we've heard it's been a continual issue, and prohibiting room confinement, and whether or not there's proper documentation that if a youth says that they're not interested in programming, that that's sufficiently done so that it doesn't appear to be just room confinement. So we're in the process of getting that information as well. And lastly, we're dealing with the revisement of the grievance policy with the probation department. They are in the process of changing their policy. We are waiting for the review of the policy. Again, I believe that a lot of these are still in the development stages with the DOJ monitor, but we've still been able to at least provide some assistance in dealing with grievances. We get a number of calls from parents who have issues or from other staff, and we work with the ombudsman's office to deal with some of the complaints. So I feel even though we have not been fully staffed to attack everything, I still wanted the staff that I do have to be able to go in and start to address some of these issues. And lastly, it's interesting because it was one of the previous agenda items. We ourselves had concerns about the sudden movement of the youth from Central to Barry J, and concerns about why they were moved, the fact that apparently there was no notice to staff or youth or the parents. And in our review of that so far, there are allegations by kids of inappropriate strip searches, and that's what we're also looking into. And then also whether or not there were staff there that were used from the adult side, and I know there's staffing issues, but there were a couple of staff members that brought it to our attention that they believe staff that's normally working with adults are now being asked to be working with youth without any training relating to de-escalation processes and whatnot. So that's something that we're concerned about. And then the strip searches themselves, as to how those, if they were conducted, why they were conducted, if there was a discussion about searches ahead of time that we need to look at. So those are the areas that we are actively involved in. I'm open for any questions or recommendations as to areas the commission feels warrants additional review of, but that's all I have for you right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for this item?
Thank you. We do have a few hands up. I will begin with, see, there's some new hands popping up. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make public comment or dial *3 on your phone if you're calling in. I think that Millie Kakani's hand is up there from before. So we'll start with Jael Ovalle. Jael, are you making public comment for yourself today or are you translating? Jael,
I am making public comment for
Okay,
myself,
great.
not translating.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Jael, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jael Ovalle. I'm program manager for the Family Engagement Program at LACO. I just wanted to make sure that the commission understands that LACO did host a town hall meeting with parents and families. We contacted every single one of the parents and families at Central and BJN to inform them in as much as we could of the programming that we were able to continue during this move from students from Central to BJN. We had 40 participants. We always have the participation of the Ombudsman's Office of the Probation Department, which is very useful. Parents did have a lot of questions, and our principals and our LACO staff was able to respond to some of those questions. I want to also highlight that our program is always available to reach out to families, provide them with information. We have town hall meetings every other month, and we also have learning opportunities and engagement opportunities for our families. They are very well attended. And we look forward to an opportunity to collaborate with probation, with the commission, to reach out to our families and ensure that families are not only informed, but part of the decision-making process. And in addition, I would like to request that the commission considers parents and families' participation in these meetings is facilitated when the meetings happen virtually as opposed when in person. So that should be a consideration in deciding scheduling and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Montelongo, you are unmuted. You can begin.
Hi, I'm a parent. My son was in Silmar, Barry J, and he was sent to Ventura Youth Correctional Facility, but now he's released and now is working. But I would like to say that, yeah, it's very, very important for us parents to be informed in everything. Like when I was there, I found out that a lot of parents weren't informed about the bus transportation from Los Padrinos to Silmar. I was the only parent every weekend. And a lot of parents didn't know that. Even some of the youth there didn't know that to tell the parent. Me and my son were spreading the word in there. And I think there needs to be more for these kids to get out. I know a lot of what do you call it, incarcerated juveniles that are adults now. They're doing very well for themselves. They all tell me that they would like to go to Barry J to interact with these youth. Maybe that would help, all the aggressions that these youth are holding in because they're not allowed to be outside in the grass yet. If there could be some volunteering, maybe it would help a lot of the fighting calm down and stuff. And the workshops, I love the workshops. My son's been out for like 2 months and I still attend the workshop every day. I mean, every time they have one until this day. And it's very helpful. And, but yeah, that's all I have to say right now. Think of.
Thank you to those public speakers. That's the end of our public speakers. I will say to Rose's point, engaging parents is actually one of the main goals that we have as POC staff. And with our new team member, Ismael, we're hoping to be able to do outreach to a lot of organizations and other places where parents of young people and parents of adults on probation can get more involved.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, speakers. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Bates? I'm looking over at the raised hands.
Chair Carrillo, I have one question. Mr. Bates, there's a written report that will be coming out at some point soon. Is that a report that will be available to the public, or will there be a public facing element of the report, or how might we be able to share it? We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. It will be available to the public, but I will make sure that the commission gets a copy.
I assume that's the grievance report that you're talking about, Wendy?
No, the OIG's report on the DOJ settlement.
It'll be a report regarding the coverage of the cameras and use of force incidents.
Thank you.
I did realize too that we had mentioned to Chief Patino that he'd be able to comment on Mr. Bates' report and then didn't ask him to comment.
Oh, there he is. Floor is yours, Adam.
Thank you, Wendy and Chair Carrillo, and thanks, Eric, for the presentation. I will say, I think we've formed a good partnership and relationship thus far. It's been encouraging to see that Eric is been able to grow his team. I know they're asking for a lot of information, so we're doing our best to provide anything and everything that we can, up to and including systems access and things like that, so they can go in and gather some things on their own once we can provide them training on how to navigate and all of that. So just a couple things by way of update based on what Mr. Bates shared. The use of force policy is with our employee relations folks and is getting ready to be reviewed by our labor partners. So that's sort of a formal, because it's change of practice, that is a formal sit down and a formal meet and confer with labor. So we're getting ready to have those conversations. That's finally been approved by the DOJ monitor. There was a lot of back and forth. It's quite an overhaul to our policy. It's a very, very important one, obviously. DOJ monitor, the lead monitor, as well as behavioral health, had some things they wanted to weigh in on that. So there's been a lot of back and forth. The other clarification that I wanted to offer was based on the adult staff who were deployed to assist with some of the staffing shortages that we did have in the halls. Those staff, they obviously work in a different setting, but they are trained in de-escalation out in the field. It is something that we really do focus on, understanding they clearly work in a different setting and scenario. And as we have continued to deploy, initially because of COVID, and then now due to some of the staffing shortages we're seeing at Barry J, we try to be as careful as possible how we place staff and where we place staff. So most of those adult staff, field staff, are there as a way to just show support to the other line staff. Other than that, though, I think we look forward to the OIG's report. Like I said, we're in constant conversation with Mr. Bates and his team trying to get as much of this information to them as possible. So that's all. Thank you.
And Chair Carrillo, can I just quickly respond to that?
Absolutely.
I wanted to let the commission know that Mr. Bettino and others that we've worked with in the probation department have been wonderful and professional in trying to get us the information. As he said, we request a lot of information dealing with a lot of different areas, but they've been very helpful in providing that. And any delay in getting it, I'm sure it's just because they're busy, and it's not because they're trying to stand in the way. And thank you, Adam, for the update relating to the training. But I just want the commission to know that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bates. But Adam, is there ever, I mean, this thing about trying, I mean, it sounds like, you know, things are being sent over, but is there ever like an example where things are being held back for whatever reason?
So I can't think of a specific one, and Mr. Bates may have some. So there's a couple times where if it floats into an kind of an unknown, for me, I always confer with counsel, and thus far counsel has been clear that anything that they're requesting. One recent one that we did inquire about, I just remembered, was the probation electronic medical record system. So OIG had asked for access to that. And it's less about the content and more about the manner in which we would give that information to them. So it's limited licensure, HIPAA training that OIG staff would need to go through, and some other things that are, you know, because the information is protected. But the ordinance is broad, right? So whether it's specific to the DOJ provisions or if it's, you know, the entire kind of our department, the ordinance for OIG is fairly broad. So thus far, if they're asking for something, I assume it's for very good reason. And there hasn't been things that have been held up unless I just needed to make a check with county council. Nothing, we haven't said no that I'm aware of where, you know, so OIG is sitting in our roundtables when we discuss discipline, both at the front end and then, you know, later down the road. We've given them, I think at this point, boxes and boxes of force cases, you know, the actual packets when those things do arise. And we're actually working on a way to streamline that a little bit better, because if you're talking about the full packet every single time that we go hands-on, it ends up being quite a lot for Eric's team. So most of the delays may be around trying to fine-tune process, but in terms of the information sharing, and I'll let Mr. Bates speak to this, but I think we've been able to give them everything that they've asked for up to this point.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And I think we're also working through the process of being able to have access to where those documents are held so that we don't have to request the actual physical document. So as I said, we are working together towards a common goal here.
Thank you. I have a question from Commissioner Nung.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question about this new use of force policy. If I understood you correctly, Mr. Bettino, it's sort of done after a lot of work, but now it has to be discussed with labor. So I'm wondering, when would it actually be implemented, right? Are we looking at an undetermined delay? Like what I don't want is this wonderful policy that never gets implemented. So do you have a timeline for that?
So there's sort of a contractual timeline and then the timeline that we would like to work within. Okay, so contractually we send it to labor and they have 30 days to respond, and then we can implement after that point. We really don't like to do that because we want to get as much buy-in as possible. They are the ones who ultimately will be implementing it on the ground. They will be the ones who are impacted by any kind of violation. You know, obviously that will trigger some sort of internal affairs process later down the road. So we want to make sure that everybody's on board with it. And I think I had offered this months back, but we'd be more than willing to share it with the commission. I know that may be something that's discussed later on the agenda, but I know that the commission at some point was interested in reviewing some of our policies. This one is sweeping, right? So this one is really, really impactful to our organization, which is why I mentioned that contractually 30 days, right? We say, hey, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace, sort of. We really don't like to be in that practice because we want to give labor the opportunity to fully vet, ask good questions before we move into training. So then the next phase of it would be training. Obviously, understanding the sheer size of our workforce. Chief Fletcher and I have already had kind of a preliminary conversation about what would be the best way to roll this thing out quickly, so that quickly and carefully people need to understand it and then be able to implement it. I firmly believe, as someone who's been really involved in this policy specifically, I believe that it gives our folks the appropriate legal cover. We talk about duty to intercede as a peace officer. We talk a lot about de-escalation and everything that happens before you would ever have to go hands-on. So I'm confident, especially with the back and forth with DOJ and some of the changes that they asked us to make. I'm confident that we have a better product. We do need to be careful as we roll it out.
Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate your time. Unless Commissioner Nung, you have another question.
Sorry, so I get, and I definitely appreciate the need for buy-in. So I just want to confirm that right now the process is the department and I don't know if it's line staff or union representatives are currently discussing and going back and forth about the policy. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you so much. And commissioners, we are moving on to item number 6, which is we're at the midway point. We have 11 items. So we will be discussing and taking appropriate action on adult services provided by the LA County Probation Department's Social Enforcement Operations Unit and Assembly Bill 109 services. To expound on this topic, and our Chief Deputy Karen Fletcher and Deputy Director Howard Wong from LA County Probation Department. Deputy Fletcher, please proceed. Chief Deputy Fletcher, forgive me.
No problem. Thank you very much, Chair Carrillo. We appreciate the opportunity to highlight the Special Enforcement Operations Program as well as the AB 109 overview. Howard Wong is the Deputy Director who oversees both of those operations, and he's prepared 2 presentations for you. So I will hand it over to him, and we'll certainly be available for questions as well. Thank you.
Deputy Fletcher, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present these 2 programs. I'm Howard Wong, Deputy Director over Adult Service, Adult Specialized and Emergency Management. So let's start with AB 109. Next slide, please. All right, just a quick overview and history. Implemented back in October 2011. It's in response to a order to reduce state prison populations by May 2013, right? The population we're getting from CDCR are the non-violent, non-serious, non-high-risk sex offenders, the N3s, on the controlling offenses. Shifted custody of the N3s to local jails, and the supervision types are the PRCS and mandatory supervision folks that the county probation started supervising back in October 2011. One thing out of the penal code and legislation is that the supervision strategy needs to be evidence-based, right? So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we proceed. And that's under PC 3450. Next slide, please. A lot of discussions in other forums about the mandates of what AB 109, and here are the penal codes, right? So the custodies, the sheriffs, and there's about 4 penal codes at least that says sheriff does custody for the N3s and some of these revocations and flashes. We had to set up a revocation, right? Local courts, they are responsible for revocations, and at least 3 penal codes related to that. And the one in red at the bottom is supervision. In the penal code and in legislation, this is probation. The county probation department does supervision and provides services for this population, which needs to be evidence-based, okay? Next slide, please. All right, the org structure 109. So I'm the deputy director, and I got 3 bureaus, 2 bureaus in one operation under myself. That's the Adult Investigative Services Bureau, which will be part of the SEO presentation. Then you have 109 in emergency management. Under 109, there's a bureau chief that's over the entire bureau, 1 senior director, 7 directors, a lot of supervisors, and a lot of DPOs. So we're about 470, 500 staff just for that bureau alone. Next slide, please. All right, here are our program stats, and this is current as of March 31st, 2022. Active PRCSs under our supervision is 4,902, right? Once, right about 3,000, with a total of 8,476 under AB 109 supervision. The split sentences, 471 and 197 on warrants. So here is the grand total since implementation is 62,789 since October 2011. And just a quick note on this. I was here for 109 when we first started. October 3rd was the first day we started getting the folks from the state. In the month of October, LA County received 1,186 that walked in from CDCR. November, 1,269. December, 1,193. For the first 6 months of 109, probation received close to 7,000 folks that came in for supervision. So we had meetings up and down the state in Sacramento right about the 6-month mark. And a lot of things we tackled in the first month. Majority of the other counties are just seeing. So when we gave out that number, they were blown away because usually they get 150, maybe 50, 25 in those first couple of months. That's it for this slide. Next slide, please. All right, here are our demographics as of March 31st, 2022. You have our active PRCSs or active splits broken down by race, ethnicity, and risk levels. So the department uses the LSCMI, and as you can see, 19% of the folks are considered very high from the risk assessment. 57% are high. So we don't have a lot of mediums and not a lot of lows. So this will be discussed further down the presentation. And our ages, right? 8%, 18-25. Majority of our folks are 26 to 40, followed by 41 to 55. And 56 and over, about 7%. So a bulk of our folks are in that 26 to 40 age range. Next slide, please. All right, so broken down by supervised zero districts. The map has not been updated to the current one that just got, well, the lines got changed. So our ISB folks, our operational folks are working on the new breakout by the supervised zero districts. But so this is back before the change, majority of folks coming out from D2, followed by D1 and D5. Next slide, please. All right, when we talked about evidence-based practices, right? So 109 uses the carry guides. And these are the big 8, right? You target these and your recidivism and everything should work out. So this is the big 8 from EEPP. Next slide, please. All right, funded services. So the department is paid from downtown, and majority of our money is for salaries and employee benefits. So we're responsible for supervision. However, the department does have funds to provide some of these contracted services. Our biggest one is about $13 million, which goes to our housing contract, and that's HR 360. That's the first one you'll see in the upper right. Prison to employment, we're working on that. And some of these other services are making its way through the contracting SOW RFP process for additional services, family counseling, gang intervention, CBT. That was a discussion in yesterday's CAR meeting. So we are trying to get some CBT providers, CBOs, right, to help out with this population, sex offender treatment. So this is stuff besides the regular supervision that we do and all being provided by CBOs. We're also involved in that Probation Fire Academy out at Camp Gonzales. We have folks, jail in-reach starts at the CRRC at the county jail. We have 2 mobile resource centers that we roll out to the communities, provide services, supervision, and a place for folks to check in. Some of our partners are mental health, DMH, SAPSI, out of DPH. Slide, please. All right, so as of March 2020, here are the some of the basic data for our health right contract. They provide systems navigation, employment services, but the bulk of their work is housing, transitional sober living medical. 445 clients actually receive services with and the housing capacity is on that chart on your right. 515 beds out there in the in this respective supervisorial districts. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our supervision plan for the department. A plan really similar to this is in that county adopted plan back in 2011. This has been updated. The older plan, which is really similar, is found on the CCJCC website with the adopted plan. So next set of slides will go over how each of these processes are being worked on by the department and what we're charged with. Next slide, please. All right, pre-release. So we do have a site in Alhambra that is an admin office of the type. We don't see clients, but all the packets we get from CDCR are funneled through this one site in Alhambra. We have folks who are co-located with us from DMH, SAPC, health services too, that actually review the packets. These are the 611 packets coming from all the CDCR sites for the folks who are anticipated to come out to us. So the packets are reviewed, they're screened for eligibility, right? Some folks who might get a packet for, but their home county is San Bernardino. So we shoot that back up to CDCR and say, hey, this one's not ours. So that happens at this admin office in Alhambra. Next slide, please. Okay, our hubs. So when we started 109 back in 2011, we're like, hey, we need to set up some kind of main hubs sites throughout the county. So these sites are the first places that these folks coming from CDCR will report to. So we have a hub in AV, in Pomona, San Fernando Valley, South Bay, and South LA. So in the reporting instructions back to CDCR, we try to match up the closest hub to the residents that they're coming back to. And this is for the first check-in, right? So they'll come, they'll get the full orientation with the hub deputy. They'll get their assigned office saying, hey, your office is X, and here's your DPO's X. That's where you're reporting to under supervision, right? They do the first risk and needs assessment, identifying the needs. We have HR 360, mental health, SAPC, folks co-located with us at the hubs, right? So if you need these services, you're walking right down the hallway, right, with a referral to receive these services and getting yourself set up to take advantage of what the county's paying for and what your needs are. Next slide, please. Supervision. So this is the bulk of the work with 109 is when they are with the supervision deputies. We have about 12 offices countywide, right, broken up into regions from Pomona down. Our most east is out in Pomona. We have our largest office up in South LA in Region 4, and we have a pretty big chunk up in AV Region 5. So this is the locations where they'll report for their CBT, for the check-ins, and where their DPOs are located at during their term of supervision with us. Next slide, please. Supervision and case management, like I said, towards the end, we'll talk about the outcomes, right? But this is where the work is being done, right? Our deputies are trained in MI. There's auxiliary fund programs, incentive programs. Some of these folks get into trouble, right? Those are addressed. CBLs are there, referrals are being handed out there, and the carry guides as part of that EBP piece for supervision. So the carry guides, the journaling, all that is being done under case management in those offices, the 12 offices countywide. Next slide, please. Part of 109, right? We have a whole host of sanctions, right? I mean, that's what they are, responding to violations, right? Majority of the time, in the next slide that's coming up, there's verbal warnings. Hey, don't do it again. Or do you need services? Or how can I help you? Or you might need to come see me more often, right? The custodial sanctions are the flash incarcerations, which we rarely use, and the revocations. The revocations are used when you commit a new crime, right? some of our folks do commit new crimes, and when they are a danger to themselves or others. So you'll see the revocation numbers towards the slide towards the end. Next slide, please. All right, so here are the revocation slides. And as I said earlier, when you look at the risk scores and ethnicities, they're pretty consistent with our active population, right? I'm looking at the slide, the far right, right? Majority of our high-risk folks, our population is majority high. They're the ones being revoked, right? The lows and mediums, they're not really being touched, okay? The two pie charts at the bottom depicts that, hey, 60% of your revocations are 60%, some are dismissed or some are terminated, but there are 60% that do serve custody time. And then out of the custody time, 76% of the time, the court says, yeah, that's a revocation and you're doing custody time, right? There are times where the court reduces it, right? 361, say, no, I'm not going to give them over 10 days. I'm going to give them 12 days. So there is a little play there, but 76% of the time, the court agrees with the DPO's recommendation that this is a true revocation. Okay, next slide, please. All right, termination of supervision. So this is toward the end, right? They're folks without custodial sanctions, right, for a year. Their clock doesn't reset. So at the 6-month mark, these folks are making significant progress towards their case plan goals, no custodial sanctions, their DPO will review the case, and there are a lot of 6-month earned discharges. When they're with us for 6 months, they're set, and they're done with us, right? 12 months, mandatory, no custodial sanctions. They're doing fine, 12-month, matter of law, they are terminated from supervision. And then there are folks that constantly get in trouble, get flashed, get revoked, and they have a max of 3 years with us. So there is a max of 3 years. After 3 years, they're terminated by law. So I want you guys to, the commission, to take a look at that chart on the bottom right. 63% of our folks that we touched, right? They're done. 63% are done in 12 months. That means our DPOs did their work, right? There's no custodial sanctions, and they're successful in a year, 1 year. 7% are out in 6 months. I mean, these are your ones who are set up right when they walk out the door. They want to know what they want to do, and they're set. And 7%. So 70% of these folks that come to us, that our DPOs work with, they're done within a year. And that's a pretty good percentage. Next slide, please. Case closures. So this goes back to January 2021 through March 2022. And if you look on this chart, on the third column, successful terminations, 12 months. That's our biggest number, right? 2978. That is our biggest number. Majority of the folks do well, and they're done in 12 months. Our second highest number for getting out is the 6-month mark, right? So 414 in these 14 months. Exceptionally well, they're set up, they're done, right? You do have on the fourth column, you do have the ones that get in trouble, and they expire in 3 years as a matter of law, right? But we do have the folks that commit new offenses, and you know it's hard to get to state prison, but there are 964 of these folks that commit new crimes that got them back into state prison or county jail, right? But if you look, our success rate, our DPO's work, it's great, right? 2978, 12 months, 414, 6 months. So that's it for this slide. So here it is again. It's just the way a packet flows to us initially. And when the folks get released to us, our orientation, our supervision strategies, our EBP, what happens with no violations on bullet 11, what happens when there are violations, bullet 12, and supervision, and then case termination. So this is a recap of what I just talked about on the last slides. Next slide, please. All right, questions. So this is AB 109 in a nutshell, how a case comes to us, who we work with, what we're responsible for, who our partners are, and our outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Thank you.
Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for this item?
So we do have some comments. Mr. Wong was also going to talk about the Special Enforcement Unit. Given the time, we may want to invite him to come back to do that at another time. Howard, I don't know how you feel about that.
SEO is only a handful of slides. I can run through that pretty quick.
Okay.
You don't mind.
Great. No,
It's
I don't
okay.
mind because I think there will be lots of questions from commissioners, maybe about the SEO in particular. So it might be easiest to do that first.
Okay, I can run that through now.
And so for folks who'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand using the raise your hand function, and we'll get to you when Mr. Wong finishes the SEO section.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, SEO is just one of the programs under the Adult Investigative Services Bureau. And I've been over SEO since 2014 in different capacities. And so next slide, please. I'm going to go over this really quick. All right. SEO started back in 1999, right when I got here almost. And it was a board. It was part of the board motion, and the prior administration asked. We never had armed officers until this time. And as it grew. We are right about 90 staff right now under SEO, but it started back in mid 1999 and morphed throughout the last 20 something years. Next slide, please. Okay, quick org chart for SEO. Deputy director, the 3 programs, it's under AISB. There's 1 bureau chief and 1 under SEO, 1 senior director, 2 directors, 11 supervisors, and then the rest are all DPOs. We have some of our admin support, but this is the structure for special enforcement operations. Next slide, please. All right. One of our programs is CLEAR, Community Law Enforcement and Recovery. This is a partnership with LEPD, right, the city DA, the county DA. These folks work at night with LEPD in the CLEAR area divisions with LEPD. We have staff co-located with LEPD Newton, 77th, Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Rampart, Foothill, Hollenbeck, Estrada, Ramona Gardens. Next slide, please. Okay, under SEO, under CLEAR, 1 supervisor, 8 DPOs. We had 9, 1 just got promoted. So right now we're running with 1 and 8. Next slide, please. Disarm. So originally, this is the program that got started with SEO, and their goal was to look for those illegal weapons, right, from our probationers, compliance checks, search and seizures, warrants, 2 supervisors, 15 DPOs out of Disarm. Next slide, please. All right, 109 armed. Back when 109 started, our first plan to the board was we armed everyone that supervises or touches 109. Right, that was rejected, so we came back, and it later became 5 supervisors, 50 DPOs, part of the 109th piece for compliance checks, contacts, similar to disarming function for the AB 109 post-release folks. So these folks, these teams focus is on the 109 clientele, the PSPs. Next slide, please. All right, Prop 63, a couple of years ago, Prop 63 started. We were able to get 1 team out, and this is the looking for those firearms that some of these folks might have. It's based on the Prop 63 legislation. 1 team, 1 team, 1 supervisor, 10 DPOs. We got guns, we got ammunition and magazines from these Prop 63 cases that we refer to from the courts. Next slide, please. All right. We are also part of multiple task forces county-wide. We have folks assigned to the FBI, their Metro Task Force for Violent Gangs. The Chef Cobra team that's been around for a long time up in Santa Clarita. The TRAP team, which stolen cars. Next slide, please. Right, we have 2 folks with the U.S. Marshal Services and 1 person with the CSEC program, the countywide piece. Next slide, please. All right, K9 detection team. A couple of years ago, we did start K9 team. Our current team consists of 1 supervisor, 5 DPOs, and 6 dogs. Our supervisor does have a K9 with them. 3 of them are firearm detection dogs, 2 narcotics, and 1 electronic detection dogs. Our folks help out in the halls, camps, the field. We do joint ops with other law enforcement. A lot of stuff that we covered since they started back in 2017. Next slide, please. All right, we have an in-house firearm training program. 1 range master, actually 2 range masters, 2 range masters, and 2 range safety officers. So these folks are responsible for the firearms, the training, the qualifications, and making sure all of us are trained properly. Next slide, please. All right, some of the outcomes and from January 2011 through March 2022, drug seizures. So all these narcotics, a lot of narcotics out there. Our folks do a lot of searches. And if you look at the firearms, they bring in a lot of guns, right? 1,463 handguns and 138 long guns. We started tracking ghost guns earlier this year, but bringing a lot of guns and drugs. We do enforce warrants and we do make arrests. So arrests 2,657 adults and 207 juveniles were arrested between this time. Next slide, please. All right, that's it for SEO. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, can we proceed? And also, let's limit the public comments to 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So the only new hand I see up is Betty Fangs. I also, please raise your hand if you'd like to make public comment. And Betty, just put her hand down. So do we have any public comment on this issue? You're also welcome to send us public comment to info@poc.lacounty.gov. I also wanted to say that we will be attaching these PowerPoints to the agenda so that you'll have access to them. I don't see any hands.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Dupuy?
Hi, thank you for that presentation and for
No
the
problem.
data. I am a data person, so that was really helpful to see. But I'm curious about some of this. I guess the questions I'd have is if it's possible to see some of the race data put in reference to the population. And so what I mean by that is, like you had a slide on revocations and by race, right? But that was just of all the revocations rather than of all the folks that you were seeing. So I'd be interested to see, like, if there's, if the population under supervision is, for example, 40% Latinx, is it then, are they 50% of the revocations or 30% of the revocations? Do you understand?
Yeah, actually, it's on that slide.
It is on that slide.
Yes, there's 2 line graphs. One's the active population, and the other one is the what you're asking about.
Okay.
Revocations. Yeah.
Great.
One's
Thank
orange,
you
one's
for
white.
that clarification. That's good to know. Thank you for that clarification. My second question is, regarding the resetting of the time when someone has a violation. Is it ever looked at in the sense of, like, maybe that person wasn't getting enough support, and whether or not maybe some of some case managers have higher percentages of flash incarceration or violations relevant to other case managers, and how is that reviewed and assessed or looked at?
Those revocations, the flashes, they require supervisor and director approval. So all of that and the totality of circumstances are looked at before they pull the trigger on a revocation or a flash, right? And I thought there was a slide in here, but our revocation numbers are low. Our flashes are like 1 and 2 a month, which is 1 and 2 a month, right? So all that is looked at.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So my question wasn't about the approvals per se. And this is violations in total, right? So all of any violation that happens, do you know if some probationers, like some case managers, have a higher percentage of violators? Not to say that the violations weren't approved or didn't make sense, but do some case managers have higher violations than others? Or is that looked at?
I think our data folks are tracking that, but let me get back to the commission on this piece.
Okay.
So yeah, let me make a note of that and we'll look at that piece. Is there any spikes in by DPOs on revocations or flashes, correct?
Right, because maybe, I'm just trying to think about ways to even further reduce the violations, right? Further reduce the footprint of supervision. And one way to think about it is like maybe some case managers are having a harder time providing the services and aren't speaking up about it maybe, or whatever the case may be. Are there opportunities to increase the support for the people that are under supervision, basically? So that's what I'm trying to get at. That's the spirit of that question.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then the last question I have is regarding the SEO. And, I may have more questions after I'm able to like kind of sit with the presentation because it was quite a lot of information you shared. But the searches, I saw the slide where you had like the number of searches of people, business, and person, right? How many firearms you uncovered. And then the drug seizure piece, which the numbers didn't seem to kind of like, they were like really high. So I wasn't sure if they were counting incidences or
It's quantity.
quantity, right? Okay. So all of that in mind, I'm wondering if when like for the people where they're searched and nothing was uncovered, what kind of what is the experience of that person who went under that, and like how was that remedied, if at all? Because I would imagine if somebody is under supervision, someone shows up at their house without a warrant because they don't need one. I don't even know if the folks know that you don't need a warrant to search, and you go through their house and they have nothing, right? But that would be a traumatic experience, I imagine. So is there any follow-up after that to see how the person is doing? Is it like, oh, my bad? Like, how does that go?
No, the warrantless search, that is in their reporting instructions, right? So the reporting instructions that we send back to CDCR pre-release, right, is here are all your reporting instructions, and here's what you're subject to as part of 109, right? And so they know that probation or the sheriff or the PDs likely will come, right, and conduct compliance searches. So I'll get back to you on the follow-up piece on, how they felt and all of that, because I don't think we track that. But I do know we track some of that stuff, but not all of it. But the reporting instructions, their conditions under supervision, which, searches is one of them, they are aware of that piece.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
If I might add as well to what Mr. Wong provided, as Mr. Wong provided, law enforcement agencies, police, sheriff can also do those searches. We really like to do our own searches, right? Because we are really the only agency that has the relationship with the client over a period of time. And so I think our officers are very skilled at being able to engage with someone. So even if you have to do a search, right, you're doing it in a respectful way. I think oftentimes what you see sometimes with law enforcement, and I know in my experience, you would go in with law enforcement and their approach oftentimes is to really kind of toss the house, right, and search. And that is not at all how probation approaches these searches. So safety is a key factor for the client, any family members or friends that might be present, and our staff. But the approach is very different than a police department or a sheriff's department, because we know that we're going to go back into that environment, and we want to maintain that relationship and that level of respect with the client and their families or people living in the residence.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief Deputy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia-Leyes, you're up.
Thanks.
So this was great. I really, really appreciate this presentation. I'll tell you, when I was interviewing for this position as commissioner, this is the kind of work that the probation department does that I thought I was going to be involved in, but the juvenile work has just become so pressing so often. But I'm glad that we're starting to look into what I had previously sort of thought of as the meat and potatoes of what probation does. So everybody knows that recidivism rates are unacceptable nationwide in every instance. So I had pretty pessimistic ideas of what these numbers were going to look like, and I'm happy to say that they are significantly better than I expected them to be. Like I said, again, unacceptable. Part of me finds them unacceptable, but they are a lot better than I thought they were going to be, and I think they're probably looking better than many other departments. So we're starting from a good place. Also, I wanted to say that I think Danielle started to get to what my thoughts are, which is searches, violations. You know, I put all those under the category of state violence, right? Things that if anybody without a badge did it, right, it would be a violent felony. Going into somebody's house, taking their stuff, you know. And I believe that that state violence is sometimes necessary, but it is always a last resort. But I really want to see this commission looking critically at those ideas of when state violence is necessary. So I think you've done a great job laying a foundation. It looks like a good start, and I really hope that this commission spends a lot more time, and the Program and Services Committee too, a lot more time looking at these and working with the department. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Yamashiro.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. So just to follow up on Sean and Danielle's questions, I actually would be interested to see, I mean, just the underlying data that was utilized to create the kind of bar graphs and things like that, because it seemed like a lot of the stuff in the presentation. I'd like to get a copy of the PowerPoint, because I don't know that was that included as part of in the agenda as part of the materials that are available.
Not included. You have it. I sent it out to commissioners yesterday, and we will attach it to the agenda so that the public can have it as well.
Okay, so I would encourage folks to go back and kind of review that, because I took a quick glance at it, and then probably no longer than I got while we were listening. But I do think it's worth kind of digging into some of the, and I think you might have more questions. I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of jumped out at me that seemed like I would want to know more about it. So if we could just make a kind of mental note to agendize something and try to circle back, because I just think this is something that many of us on the commission have been thinking we need to pivot a little bit more to the adult, and some of the stuff that we learned in this presentation can either be a positive or negative. So if we could get even now, I would make the request of the department that if you could provide us the data that is kind of the underlying supporting data for the graphics that were included in the PowerPoint, that would be really helpful, because there's some things in there that I think we need to be able to deconstruct so that they're more meaningful, like the difference between the whether the 6-month termination and 12-month termination, whether those are felony or misdemeanor. I was struck by the fact that with the narcotics stuff, like 93% of that was marijuana, and that was all post the legalization in 2016. So there's just a lot of stuff in there that I think I'd like to really dig into. So if we could get that foundational data, that would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wong, thank you so much. And we'll be in touch. I think that I'll speak for myself. I'm sure many commissioners would either like ride-alongs or to see your officers in action and to really get a sense of what it looks like on the ground.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 7. We will discuss and take appropriate action on the progress of LA County's Probation Department has made towards implementing and enhancing the LA model pursuant to September 21st, 2021 Board of Supervisors motion, which was on reaffirming and expanding LA model. Additionally, we will receive updates on the plans to place the youth already designated as secure track youth at Campus Kilpatrick and Camp Joseph Scott. We will first hear briefly from our Executive Director, Wendy Julian, followed by representatives of the Probation Department. Wendy, please proceed.
Thank you. And given the time, I think I will cut this report very short, in particular because we actually discussed the most important elements of it in item agenda 8 at the beginning of the meeting, which is the movement of youth that are designated to the secure track to Campus Kilpatrick. I think for those of you who weren't on the meeting in the public at the beginning, the chief mentioned a plan to move up to 8 youth based on the results of their multidisciplinary team meetings during the week of May 1st into my understanding. He didn't say this, but he did say it to me earlier, into the way Kilpatrick is set up is in cottages, so that it would be one cottage that would be used for secure track youth. But there are still some things to be determined about who the staff would be. So there are obviously currently staff at Kilpatrick, but the department is working on an opening for a new level of staff that could be serving the secure track youth. And those pieces are all in play. And also what has changed, of course, since the idea for that slow phase movement is the selection of Campus Kilpatrick as a permanent site for the secure track youth. So that changes the dynamic around looking at moving the current youth who are at Kilpatrick who are not secure track to another facility, and how that impacts staff. So there are actually a lot of things that are in play. As Chief Patino mentioned, the JJRBG subcommittee is actively looking at the programming, which is, I think, as this commission has said over and over, maybe one of the key elements is looking at programming, both education and mental health and physical health and CBO, credible messenger type programming to prepare youth for reentry. So with that, I think I'll say I'd like to have more of a focus on this conversation at our next meeting, and just see, Adam, if there's anything you wanted to say that I've left out. But I do think this is it's worthy of a robust discussion that we don't have time for today.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, and really good update. Mostly what I would have covered given the time, and I think some of the infrastructure questions specifically around Camp Scott, we don't have enough information really to share at this point. We're still working with an architect to get a project plan and description, and all of that obviously has to be vetted through the subcommittee. So I think pushing to the next meeting, we'll have a lot more to update the commission on at that time.
Yeah, I forgot to say, I think there'll actually be an official update on the motion between now and then as well. That's maybe due tomorrow. So we'll have a lot more to talk about at the next meeting.
Hopefully not due tomorrow. I have April 29th circled on my calendar.
Good.
So,
okay, good.
But lots more we can discuss in a couple of weeks for sure.
Great.
Thank you, guys. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for this item?
We have a few people with their hand up. I see Millie Kakani, but I'm not sure Millie has put her hand down. Millie, are you there? Okay, and then next we have Dr. Diana Velasquez. Dr. Velasquez, would you like to make comment about the LA model motion item?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I think for LACO, similar to the move from Central, I mean, it'll be important for us to know ahead of time. The commission has already discussed this, the importance of LACO having enough ample time to be able to prepare for instruction for the students, for the secured youth. I also do want to share, I know it was reported that we have shortage of staffing at Barry J, and that's not the case. Since we found out staffing was needed at Barry J with the move, we got vans, buses, actually a bus, and our staff have been there since the first day. So we've had all of our staff there available for instruction. So we want to be just as prepared for secured youth at Kilpatrick, and hoping that we can get information prior to the move there as well.
Thank you for that. Jael Ovalle. Jael, I'm going to unmute you and you can begin.
Yes, good afternoon again. I just want to reiterate that the LACO Family Engagement Program is also serving youth and their families at Kilpatrick, and we are prepared and eager to extend our services to families and parents of any new youth being moved to Kilpatrick.
Great, thank you. That's the end of public comment, Chair Carrillo.
Thank you, Wendy. And Commissioners, before I open it up to questions and comments, I want to just notify everyone that we're going to table item number 9, which is the reports from the subcommittees for our next meeting, just to respect people's times. We're just about 1 p.m. and we still have a couple items after that just to wrap up this meeting. And so for those who were prepared to give us reports, I thank you in advance, and we will look forward to rescheduling that. Okay, item number 7. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, Commissioner Yamashiro, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I left it up again.
Commissioner Meredith, your hand is up as well.
Yeah, maybe I'm being a grumpy old man today on things, but I got to tell you, I was out talking to Secure Track Youth last week, and it struck me interesting when I walked in and they said, you know, we need structure and we need programming. And I looked at them, I said, what? They said, we need structure and programming. So obviously they've been kind of clued in, but the bigger thing is they were sitting around and they said the best programming we've had all day, and we got great staff. They talked about the staff is great, but the best programming we have is to sit and look at gray walls and play dodgeball. That is it. Now I'm going to believe that we've had quite a long time to start preparing for this, and I'll toss it a little bit to JJBRG, that now we're trying to figure out what programming we're going to do as we go into Kilpatrick. That's just not sitting well with me, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia-Leyes.
Hi, I just wanted to respond to Dr. Velasquez's comments. So I have to say, I said this at the last LACO meeting. I think LACO has done a really admirable job trying to respond to the closing down of Central Juvenile Hall and the chaos. And, you know, I've never been shy about criticizing LACO, but I think they've been trying to deal with problems that were put on them really well. Also, one of the recommendations of our education report was that when we finally have some facilities chosen for the secure youth track, that we would be on top of making sure that those education programs from the very first day, as well as the programs Don was just talking about, are sort of in place and working. And so I just want to let Dr. Velasquez and LACO know that that the Program and Services Committee really wants to be as helpful as possible in making sure that that's happening. And I'm glad to hear that LACO is thinking along the same lines as our recommendations on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other hands? Any other last minute comments on this? Okay, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Adam. We'll be skipping item 9, as I said, and moving on to item number 10, which is matters not posted on the agenda. Are there any matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place on a future meeting agenda for action? And this is directed to the commissioners.
Chair Carrillo, if I can, I'll just say that I heard the commissioner's responses about the AB 109 and SEO presentations today, and I'm glad that you appreciated them, and I think it was a great idea to bring folks in. There are, I think, 2 directly related items that we should agendize. One is a continued discussion around electronic monitoring. And as you all know, there's a report out from UCLA Law School regarding electronic monitoring, and you saw maybe in the spreadsheet that there's some information there. And then the second is around the policy that the department is working on for the use of tasers for the SEO unit. And that's something where the POC has actually been specifically tasked with reviewing that policy when it's complete and discussing the use of force policy in general around the SEO unit. I've been in communication with Mr. Wong and Deputy Chief Fletcher about this. So once the department is ready for us to review the policy, we will bring that to the commission.
Thank you, Wendy. Sean, I see your hands up. Oh, you know, I also want to flag that from that report, there was a large number about folks being back in custody, and in the sheriff's custody, to be more specific, So I think we can set up for those who would be interested in going into the jail and having maybe not a town hall, but maybe interviewing folks who went through the process and the process failed them, to see what we can do different by speaking to them directly. I think I would be open to taking a jail visit for that specific purpose. I'm not sure if that's an agenda item or just something I want to flag for the commissioners. Okay, not seeing any other hands up. We are moving on to, oh, forgive me, is there any, yep, moving on to 11. 1 second here. Okay, agenda item number 11 is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, would you please facilitate this public comment for us?
Yes, I am looking at we don't have any pre-registrants for general public comment. I see Hael's hand still up, but that may be from the last item. Hael, did you want to make general public comment as well? Okay, let's go to Thomas Bell. Thomas, you have 1 minute.
Okay, I'll make it quick. First, I just want to congratulate Mr. Carrillo, Ms. Jackson. Like I said, I think Mr. Carrillo, you do a good job. I just wanted to comment on something that was said earlier. When an officer is assaulted and goes to the hospital, I don't think we could call that just an incident. That's a assault. That's a violent assault. So to just try to minimize it and call it an incident, sweep it under the rug, I don't feel like that's disrespectful to the person that got injured, and that's doesn't show respect towards what we're going through. So I just wanted to mention that it's not an incident. An incident is just an argument. An incident is just something that we can kind of work out. Somebody going to the hospital off of an assault is a violent assault. That's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Next up is Betty Fang. Betty, you are unmuted.
Hi, it's Betty again with Children's Defense Fund California. I'm still trying to understand what is happening right now with the education services inside BJN. It's my understanding that over the past several weeks, students have only had a maximum of 2 to 3 days of classes or instruction. So I'm wondering if there will be any forthcoming updates to help share with the community what the progress is on providing education services inside the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Garcia-Leyes may want to address that question in a moment, but we do also have James Maddox. James, you'll have 1 minute.
Terrific, thank you. This will be not necessarily hyperbolic nor incendiary, but it will be an observation. Initially, your questions made the chief of the probation department very uncomfortable. And I think that there were no answers. However, I would make the observation that the tenure of the POC is limited. As soon as the Friends of Labor and the management of the the probation department contact their friends on the board of supervisors, you all will be shut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Louise Dodson. Louise, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say, as far as the attacks, I was medically retired due to an attack that have lasting injuries. And I believe that the condition of DSB has to do with the board of supervisors. They're the ones who put them in place. And there has not been a meeting with the at-large to understand the mechanics of this specific department. So until that's done, we're going to continue to have problems, especially like with the recent promotion of directors. It's a big clue that additional problems exist, and we want everybody to be safe and go to work. But if the things are ignored and pushed under the carpet or whatever, it's not going to happen.
Thank you, Louise. And DSB stands for Detention Services Bureau, which are the juvenile halls. That's the end of our public comment for today. Chair Carrillo.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, one last request or ask if you need last comments. I know Wendy alluded to you, Sean, about maybe you want to chime in, but.
I feel like I've talked so much today, but you know, I actually am one of the only commissioners who has not actually gone out to Nordoff to see for myself what is happening. My understanding, though, is as Dr. Velasquez says, there are teachers there, and there's just not enough probation staff to safely get them back and forth to the classrooms, and that there really has been enough chaos and violence that it has made it very difficult for LACO to do what they can. I think in our next meetings, as things go along, we will make reporting back on what's happening at Nordoff. And I'm sure, Frankie, this is where you are at, a top priority. So hopefully people will, you know, at least our meetings have a sense over time of how things are getting back to some form of functional day-to-day, you know, functioning.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Canales.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. I just want to make comment because I am the commissioner that stated about the violent attacks and versus incident and the use of language and everything. And I used to write incident reports, and so I know that.
Looks like we've lost your connection, Commissioner Canales. Commissioner Canales, you want to try turning off your video? That little yellow triangle doesn't look like good news to me, Chair Carrillo.
I think we'll save it for our next meeting. So thank you for all your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media at LA County POC and visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:11 p.m. and I adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.